Good evening. Welcome to the RSU 5 board meeting. It is Wednesday, March 19th, 2025. We're trying a new mood lighting theme here, so bear with us. We're going to talk fast to get as much in while we still have light outside. So we will get started. Cheyenne is not going to be with us tonight, but we have a full board other than that, so we'll get started with the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you're watching on the live stream at home, we're having some lighting issues here, which is why we have lamps. But we will make do and persist. So do I have a motion for consideration and approval of the minutes from the March 12th, 2025 meeting as presented, barring any errors or omissions? Thank you, Kelly. Danielle, all those in favor? Great, none opposed. Adjustments.
I have one this evening. I would like to move item 15, personnel A, right after number 6, good news and recognition. And those are all the adjustments.
Okay, wonderful. So we will move right now to number 6, good news and recognition, and look to our school board student rep, Phoebe.
Alrighty, so I'm kind of like struggling because like if the camera can see me, then okay. You may be thinking like, oh, the board met like just last week. Nothing's happened since then, but that's wrong. We have lots of still more exciting things happening. Preseason for some of the spring sports starts on Monday. And amazing news, FHS is hosting the state track and field championship in June. So the running boosters are looking for some volunteers for that. And there's a sign-up link if you email the running boosters. And last Thursday and this Thursday are parent-teacher conferences at the high school. So this is super helpful to connect families and teachers in order to support students. And today, our seniors had a scholarship meeting and a chance to review applications for scholarships. And the guidance team shared that $291,000 was given to FHS students in scholarship money last year. And so that means maybe there's more this year. So keep applying. Keep applying for the scholarships. And all the information for those scholarships are on the FHS website. Also, the high school got these really cool flow machines in our bathrooms that dispense free pads and tampons for students who need them. And the Active Minds team received a free Stress Less Week kit from the Active Minds organization. So Stress Less Week is in April. So we're going to plan a really awesome event for kids right before April break. And hopefully we can all be less stressed. And also the Interact Club is hosting a food, diaper, and pet food drive. So be on the lookout for how to donate to those guys. So we're doing good. Lots of things, even just 1 week later. So
Stay tuned. There'll be even more next week when we meet again. Thank you, Phoebe. All right. So as Superintendent Scarapa mentioned, we will move to item number 15A. Do I have a motion for consideration and approval to employ an assistant superintendent of curriculum instruction and assessment for the 25-26 school year? Malik, thank you. And Beth?
After a very complete process, I am very pleased to announce our candidate is Erica Mazzio. Erica has a Bachelor's of Art in Parks Management from the University of North Carolina. She has a Master's in International Education from Framingham State College in Massachusetts. She's received her Certificate of Advanced Study in Ed Leadership from the University of Southern Maine, and she's currently a doctoral student in Educational Leadership at Ball State University in Muncie, Indiana. She has certification as a curriculum director and as well as superintendent of schools. Some professional highlights, which she has many. I will share a few with the board. She was an English language arts teacher in Japan and also in Santa Fe, New Mexico. She was a director, superintendent, heads of school in International School in Krakow, Poland. She's been the director of curriculum instruction assessment in RSU 4 in Ellsworth. She's also held that role in Falmouth Public Schools. She's been the director of international admission and organizational strategic development at Hyde School in Bath. She's been the director of curriculum instruction assessment in RSU 57 in Waterboro, and is currently holds that role in the South Portland School Department. References describe Erica as profoundly intelligent, knowledge of curriculum work. Her knowledge is expansive. She's extremely organized. Her work ethic is unrivaled. She has a great rapport with teachers. She's well respected, collegial, an integral part in improving instruction for their district. Her follow-through is impeccable, and she treats all children and their families with dignity, regardless of circumstance. And Erica is actually in the audience this evening. To put her on spot if she wants to stand up. She's at the back, sitting with Cynthia. So there's Erica. So that Erica is our candidate.
Thank you. And can you just remind folks that may be watching what the process, because I know everyone would have gotten an email about being on the committee, but just to talk a little bit about sort of what that process looked like.
Sure. So we put together a committee that had a variety of stakeholders on it. We had a board member, we had community members, we had a principal, and we had a director and teachers. We reviewed applications were out for quite some time. It was over 3 weeks, close to a month, that we wanted to make sure we got a large pool. The committee reviewed those pool of applicants and selected candidates to be interviewed. We held first interviews, and then the committee sent 2 candidates for a second interview with Michelle and myself. And all candidates were that were being considered were thoroughly vetted for reference checks. And that's how we got to the point where we presented the candidate to you this evening.
Thank you. So very thorough process. I just wanted to make sure folks understood what that process looked like. Any comments, questions? I think this is going to be a great addition to the district. While we're sad to see Cynthia go, I guess we can't hold it against her to retire. So we have a motion and a second. I will take a vote. All those in favor? Great, none opposed. Thank you. Welcome, Erica. Okay, so we will move on to public comment, and I will just a couple of thoughts on public comment. We do have a fair number of folks in the crowd tonight, and we generally have 2 public comments on our agenda. We have one at the beginning and we have one at the end. Just to keep it interesting, we added another one kind of in the middle around budget input. So there'll be several opportunities for folks to speak. I'll just and when you choose to speak is certainly up to you. I believe Cynthia has the initial list for public comment. And public comment is 3 minutes. We ask that you come up to the microphone, tell us your name, the town you live in. Beth will have a timer going, which we're trying to figure out how to make it louder so you guys can hear it when the 3 minutes is up, but we'll give you an indication if you don't hear it. But and so that's kind of our traditional public comment. And then the other opportunity outside of public comment is public input on the budget. So if we had folks that had, a clarification question about the budget documents that we've provided, or wanted to share their opinion on the budget, there's an opportunity for that too. And that's just a little bit later in the in the agenda after we get a review of the budget from the superintendent. So lots of opportunities to participate. So we'll move to public comment. We have, I love it when we have students. So our first, we have Rosa. So we just asked you give us your name, the town you live in, and then the microphone's yours.
Okay. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Rosa Fuma, and I live in Portland, and I'm a multilingual at Freeport High School. I'm speaking to you today to address a matter that is of great importance to the students and families of our school, particularly those in the SO program. I understand that there is a proposal to remove a multilingual teacher from our school, and I argue to reconsider this decision. The SO program is vital for the success and well-being for our multilingual students. It is not simply an academic program, it is a lifeline that helps students navigate not only the challenge of learning English, but also the challenges of adapting to a new cultural environment. This program ensures that multilingual students are given the tools and support they need to succeed in their education and life. The teacher who's been considered for removal from the school is not just a teacher. She's an advocate, a guide, and a constant source of support for every multilingual student and their family. She's not only committed to helping us learn, but she also goes above and beyond to ensure that parents are involved, informed, and supported. I remember the day when Miss Highland came to Casco Bay Hotel when we first came to Freeport. None of us wanted to start at Freeport High School. Everyone wanted to continue at Portland School. But we saw a happy woman, and she promised to our parents that she would take care of us like we are her own children. And she did, and she's still doing it. Most of the people moved to Portland. We could continue studying there, but we chose Freeport High School. Every single day, rain, shine, snow, windy, we are always here because she gave us support to continue to fight. If I'm speaking, writing, and reading things today in English and not using any more Google Translator, it is because of this supportive woman. I want to be clear, this is not simply an opinion. This is a fact. She knows us better than anyone else. She understands our struggles, our strength, and the unique challenge we face as multilingual students. She's the best teacher, and her impact on us cannot be overstated. Without her, many of us would struggle to navigate on the complexity of the school system. I ask you to reconsider this consequence of removing this teacher from our school. It is not just about losing a valuable educator. It is about respecting the stability and support that many of us rely on. With all due respect to the other educators in our school, this teacher has a unique understanding of the needs of multilingual students. Her ability to connect with us and support our family is something that cannot be easily replaced. She has built strong relationships with both students and parents, and her presence in the SO program is crucial to the success of the students who rely on her. In the name of all multilingual students, I respectfully ask you to reconsider this decision to remove this teacher from the SO program. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosa. Maria?
That was just in case she didn't finish.
Oh, she got it. She got the brief. Okay, Bethany? Excellent planning, by the way.
That's a tough speech to follow, so I'll do my best. My name is Bethany Howard. I am a Freeport resident and a Moore Street School parent, as well as a special education teacher. I first began working at RSU 5 during February of 2018 when the school's special education population was dynamically changing and additional support was required. The next school year, I went to Durham Community School in our district's most intensive behavioral program. I then came back to Moore Street School in 2020 and have been here ever since. Each year, the program I teach specifically changes based on the district's needs, and every year my program requires a significant amount of administrative support. The special education programs at Moore Street consist of a district K-2 functional life skills program, as well as a behavior program and a resource room. This year we've had to have 4 teachers, and the 4th classroom, which is mine, has a hodgepodge of everyone. I like to call it the melting pot. This year, And furthermore, we have a team of 8 to 10 ed techs who require training and supervision. Many come to us without any educational experience, and we're able to teach them how to support students. Given the 3 to 4 programs, the special education team requires daily support from administration. Prior to having Mrs. Marsden, our assistant principal at our school, Mrs. Nickerson did all of this work, plus working in all of the other general education classrooms. As you can imagine, Mrs. Nickerson's time was significantly taken away from the rest of the school when she would have to deal with crises in the special ed rooms. Since having the assistant principal, the special education team has been able to have weekly PLC meetings, which we had not had in many years. We're able to have our own coaching to support student growth and delineated staff coverage when there are absences, which with 8 to 10 ed techs and 4 special education teachers, that's a lot. As well as support during those behavioral crises. Simply looking at the support of the special education team at Moore Street, an assistant principal is justified at Moore Street, and I do not support the removal of an assistant principal from our budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Bethany. Melissa.
Good evening. My name is Melissa Gadboys. I'm a resident of Saco and the literacy specialist at Moore Street School. And I have been in this role since the 2016-2017 school year. It has recently come to my attention that the board has mentioned the potential of eliminating assistant principal positions at the elementary level in Freeport. I wanted to provide some examples of how valuable having an assistant principal has been at Moore Street. As a literacy specialist, I've been part of the leadership and multi-tiered systems of support teams for the past 9 years. I also serve as a mentor for new teachers. In my role, I provide small group intervention lessons as well as help oversee the literacy data for the entire school. I meet regularly with our school administrators, classroom teachers, special education teachers, and support staff to ensure that we are providing the best possible literacy support to our students. Serving in these roles and being part of these teams provide me with a unique lens to not only the academic needs, but also the behavioral and social emotional needs of our students as well. I have seen firsthand how invaluable it has been to have an assistant principal at Moore Street School. Prior to having an assistant principal, the amount of responsibilities our principal handled was immeasurable and quite frankly unattainable. It takes an immense and unpredictable amount of support to meet the behavioral and academic needs of an elementary school at any given time. Julie Nickerson is by far the best administrator I've worked with in my 19 years in education, but the challenges she faced before we had an assistant principal were simply insurmountable at times. She used to have to spend a great deal of her time handling behavioral issues in both special education and in regular education classrooms. The trickle-down impact of the behavioral support she was needing to provide on a regular basis meant that other staff members could not do their jobs adequately because they had to provide additional support across the school. It also meant that she would get pulled from meetings during the school day, so collaboration and administrator guidance to staff members was less robust. The majority of our focus at weekly student assistant team meetings was on behavioral interventions, and academic intervention noticeably suffered across the school. Since having an assistant principal, we have seen behavior supported in a way that I have never seen before. We are able to be more proactive as she has helped develop and implement plans for students to be successful at school. Also, by having an assistant principal, our 2 administrators have been able to split the heavy workload of evaluations and observations of nearly 60 teachers and support staff, thus making this process much more effective. Our assistant principal has helped streamline the process for special education referrals and organizes the paperwork and planning involved with getting the evaluation process started. She helps our principal organize and analyze school-wide data and provides clear, specific feedback and support to teachers in order to maximize student growth. By my calculations, our literacy data is the best it's looked in my 9 years in the district, and I do not think that's a coincidence, but rather a reflection of the positive impact that having an assistant principal has had on our school. I could go on, but I'm sure it's coming across how clearly how imperative this role has been. I'm asking that you consider these implications as you determine next steps for where cuts can be made in order to achieve a reasonable budget while minimizing negative impact to our schools, teachers, students, and families. I understand budget constraints and recognize how difficult they can be. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Michelle Bossy? That's okay. Could you guys hear that timer? That time?
Yep.
jumped out of my chair.
Hi, I'm Michelle Bossy. I am a Freeport resident. I've had 3 kids go through the school systems here at the public school in Freeport. Many people are here to speak on why we need a full-time assistant principal at Moore Street School, and they will do so with much more knowledge and be much more eloquent than I could be. I speak because I have worked at Moore Street School for about 20 years now, and for the last 7 or 8 years I have been in the office full-time, which gives me a different perspective than most. In the 20 years that I've been here, I've seen our, certainly our numbers have gone up, but also in the last, I don't know, eight or 10 years, I've seen the school, the population change with emotional things with children and dysregulation and more special ed programs. So I feel like I've seen a lot in the 20 years that I've been here. And numbers it's a big thing. And I know numbers are going down a little bit, but it's not always numbers that really matter, I think. Let's see. I feel like I can get the big picture of things by seeing and hearing what is going on and feeling the mood of the staff because I'm in the office. I'd like to just discuss 2 points. First, why haven't you seen our staff at more board meetings? The answer is we feel very confident in the choices that our administrators make in where we can cut and where we really need things. Julie, our principal, may not like me saying this, but she is British through and through. Keep calm and carry on and all of that. There were many hard years that I am sure she would have liked to have an assistant principal, and I know it was hard. It was a hard decision for her to even ask for one. I think in the end it was affecting more than just herself, but she saw that it was affecting more than just herself, but affecting the students' outcomes and the morale of the staff. She would never have asked for the position if she was not dead certain that it was needed. Second, would sharing an assistant principal work? I don't think so. The assistant principal works directly with kids for a good chunk of the day, every day. She gives our needy students stability and consistency that they need, and without that consistency all day, the work that happens would not be successful. So the last thing I would like to say is that since we have had an assistant principal, our school has better outcomes academically, which is so important, but it also has given our staff, including principals, teachers, and support staff, the capacity to do their individual jobs in a manner that you as a board would expect. Thank you for all your work.
Thank you, Michelle. Okay, so that's all we had for the initial public comment sign up, yes? Yep, perfect. Thank you. Thank you to everyone who spoke. A special thank you to Rosa. We love when students get up and speak to us, so wonderful to hear from you. And we will move on to reports from the superintendent.
Letter A, resignation and retirements. Announcing Courtney Kafka has resigned as a Moore Street School ed tech, and Linda D'Amico is retiring as our Pownell Elementary School administrative secretary. And those are the end of that chunk. And we're going to go into review of the budget. So I'm going to move to the podium, and Kelly's going to be projecting some pages for you. We don't have a PowerPoint this evening, but some pages as we. Before we get into some of our documents this evening and also having a conversation about, there were a lot of questions that were asked by the board, and I think we've captured most of them. And we'll provide some answers for you or some documentation. For the public and certainly folks here in the audience, just a recap on the budget development process, where we're at. There were some factors we knew going into the budget, and we've shared that we actually started in August this year. Our enrollment, when we look from October 1, 2023 to October 1, 2024, we've lost 87 students. We anticipated we would have less subsidy, and that did come to fruition due to an enrollment, and it was almost $207,000 lost. Our team took a systemic approach to the development of the budget. We looked at the student needs in the schools, looked at the overall needs in each department. We looked at the overall needs of the district. And the administrative team looked through a lens of equity for all students in all schools. Our priority was continue to provide a high-quality education and meet the needs of all students, and while at the same time ensuring fiscal responsibility. The budget priorities identified by our team were maintaining programming, maintaining student support, and supporting our infrastructure to provide a safe learning environment. And for the public, I'll remind everyone that all our budget presentations and documents can be found on the district website. Before we dive into the budget handbook, there are just a couple of questions I'm going to answer for folks that we have found the answers to. There was a question, can funds be moved between reserve accounts? That was a question that came up from the board. And we seek some legal advice. And yes, they can be moved with voter approval. And an article can be developed that can be part of the annual budget meeting. So that answer is yes, that can be done. There was a question from the board regarding the federal local food for schools funding and what the impact of that loss, though the funds are gone, would be on the district. Those funds were a one-time temporarily funded, federally funded program, and it was 100% reimbursement model for local products, and those items needed to be grown or produced in Maine. We received $13,027.16. We purchased many more local products that far exceed $13,027.16. So the impact of that supported our budget, but the impact is we will continue to provide local foods where we can, and it will be on the local side. So that's in the response to that. Let's see. Let's go into the Q&A document. And I'm just going to point out a few things for you. Let's see. Oh, excuse me. Before the Q&A, let's go to the handbook first. Sorry, Kelly. The handbook first, which I know you've been scrolling down. You've seen all these documents before. I just want to point out where the changes are this time. If you go to pages 7 and 8 in this document, what has been updated there, you'll see it's in blue. If you recall, we needed, after conversations last week, we were going to do some of the funding of some of the life safety projects out of the local side. And to make that work, we had to add $6,000. So that's where you see that $6,000 increase there for this time. And then if you flip to page 8, you'll also see where the percentage changed and the proposed amounts changed a little bit based on that additional $6,000. So that's where, for the capital, that's where that came from. On page 9, you have updated figures there again, and where you see a change there is in Article 9, because that's where the capital projects and those life safety projects will live, so you'll see updated figures there. And at the bottom, the budget went up slightly by that $6,000. Page 10 and 11, those documents, the proposed budget impact summary, change based on those that $6,000 that was added. And then on page 13 and 14, this is where we get into our reserve accounts. And if you recall, there was a discussion last time. There were some concerns about title funding, and we wanted to make sure we were positioned to cover any positions that might be part of that title funding. So you'll see on Article 1, there's an additional, and again, this is from undesignated fund balance, $295,800 added. That would cover the cost of wages and benefits for staff members who are funded through Title I. So that amount has been added there. If you look in Article 2, we've added an additional $618,517. That's actually our total allocation, and this is our thinking for that. There are staff members in there, but we also use local entitlement to pay for out-of-district placements, and those would still need to occur if we didn't have the Title I funding, the local entitlement funding, so that's why the entire allocation was there. It would take care of staff, it would take care of out-of-district placements. Okay, then we move to the next page. That's where you're going to see a change in the capital reserve fund. Based on some feedback from the board, again, making sure that we protected some of our monies. If you remember, our initial request was $2,434,376. And now you see a new figure of the $1.5 million on the side. What this takes into account is we took out of that $2.4 million, we moved the $295,800 into Article 1. We moved the $618,517 into Article 2, and you add those up, you're still at the $2.4 million from undesignated to be used for these purposes. That will get your undesignated fund balance down to the right spot, and we'll be able to, we have some protections. The board was concerned about the title funding. We have protections there, and you have your capital reserves pumped up. And there you'll notice, in addition to the septic system at Pownell, that's where we've added the anticipated usage would be that life safety camera and door access projects, as well as, you remember, we took the capital projects that we had initially in the local, we moved them over here, and we put other life safety into the local budget. So those are the changes in that document. So now we'll really move to the Q&A. Okay. Okay. Let's see. There's one other item that the board asked for before we start going through all the changes, because there are several in this document. One of the questions that was asked by the board last time was the assistant principals positions that have been added during the last two budget cycles, one at Moore Street and one at Mass Landing. We are asked to provide the cost for that for one position, and it is $146,330 for wages and benefits. And they were also asked to tell the board what would that look like if you combined a position and reduce one position. And I'm going to ask Principal Nickerson if she'll come up and present to the board what that would be.
So I don't think it's a straight answer without painting a picture as to how the assistant principal, what impact an assistant principal has at both our schools. Emily can't be here tonight, so I'm speaking on behalf of both of us because I think we see the same benefits at both schools. So I'm just going to kind of walk you through the impact that role has on both of our buildings, and then kind of try and paint a picture of why full-time is so valuable with this role, and then I will answer the question of what it would look like. So first of all, supervision and evaluation of staff is an impact area where the assistant principal enables greater capacity to have, in each of our buildings, we have between 45 and 55 staff members that are needed to be supervised and evaluated, which is into the hundreds of actual observations that we actually have to do. And that's the have tos. There's a lot of anecdotal feedback and things that happen kind of moment to moment as things arise at school. We want to ensure the capacity of new staff and that they receive effective supervision and support, particularly during that first 2-year critical probationary period. So at those times, we're in classrooms more frequently in order for new people to kind of get up to speed with the programming we use. And it just needs us to give those people the support that shows that we value them, and we would want to retain them. We can promote equity across classrooms through this supervision that we've already noted. The behavioral response piece is key. Having somebody consistent with an administrator title also really helps to minimize disruptions to classroom learning, as it enables an adult to respond in real time when needs arise. The kinds of things that administrators are responding to are things that might involve safety. For example, a student who refuses to come in from the playground can take an inconvenient amount of time to resolve. And so if it's not an administrator going out to stand for however long it takes for a child to decide that they are going to listen and come in, that is somebody else being pulled from a different role, directly impacted with students that will be having to manage those situations. And so in both schools, I think both Emily and I can talk about situations where our assistant principals have supported students with those kinds of needs. And it might be the playground one day, it might be the hallway the next, it might be, a threat to leave the property. Those kinds of things just take time. And previously, without an assistant principal, that's my time, or in my school particularly, we used our RTI and math teacher who has skills around behavior management. So other students are impacted when those kind of situations arise. And our assistant principals are able to support teachers with real-time support as different things come up too. It's not just these big incidents. There are smaller things that are just impactful when children decide they want to shut down or they're not going to do something. When the day is moving, the safety pieces become an issue in terms of a teacher is taking a class somewhere and one child decides that they're not going, or something has happened and they can't be left alone, so someone's got to respond. Our assistant principals oversee our RTIB, which enables a systemic comprehensive behavioral plan development and the progress monitoring we need to do, with a focus on skill building. So we're collecting data around student planning, we're analyzing to decide kind of, this seems to always happen at writing time, and then plans need to be put in place for intervention at those times to be more proactive, to prevent those things from happening in the future. But these things also take time and they need a consistent response. What we found prior to having an assistant principal, one day it might be me responding, one day it might be the school counselor responding, and the next day it's the math interventionist responding, just because the nature of where else we need to be. And it takes way longer for behavior to change when different people are responding each time, even if we're following the same plan. There's a nuanced difference when different people are responding. Attendance has been a key piece that our assistant principals have taken responsibility for. So the monitoring, the contacting of families to support school attendance, they're coordinating and facilitating parent meetings for chronically absent and truant students. And this has contributed to be able to kind of have that be a priority in their role. We've been able to, in both schools, to see a reduction in those rates. And you'll know that both schools have that as goals this year. And so we've been able to, with that consistent response, we've been able to consistently send messages to families, call families, work together with them to hopefully, keep children coming to school regularly. The other big part is special ed programming. We've chosen to kind of approach this slightly differently in both schools based on the strengths of our APs. Amanda Marsden, the assistant principal at Moore Street, has a strong background in special ed, so she has taken the lead on supporting those programs at Mass Landing. Emily still takes the lead, but then Scott is taking responsibility in other areas, so that's a big key piece. And really, where we've been short-staffed in our special ed programs at Moore Street, this has been kind of, I think we're on year 4 and 5 of problem solving daily when either we're understaffed and then someone calls out sick. So there's a constant, okay, what are we going to do today? How are we solving this problem? And we always manage it. But to have somebody designated to be solving those problems and supporting the team has been a really key piece. And I think you heard in one of the speakers earlier, it's like, that takes a lot of time, and it also takes time away from supporting all classrooms. And then evaluating special ed techs in those programs as well has been super helpful. So just some kind of additional reflections. The addition of the AP role has helped to protect time of other staff, most notably our school counselors, our admin secretaries, in my case, the RTI math teacher, are now able to fully resume the roles that they are hired to do. And they're not impacted. And that's impacting students. So that's math intervention not being provided when we needed behavior response. That's proactive guidance lessons not being provided to all students when the school counselor was needed to be used for some of this responsive work. Special education caseloads within each building are a critical component of our work as administrators. Moore Street has 74 students and Mass Landing 67. So that's IEPs that an administrator has to attend. That's problem solving, often around needs and programming and scheduling and all of those kinds of things. And then when we're considering the impact, really, I think our APs impact all staff and all students. I feel like it's really good value for money when you get support and for everybody. I think one of the other things to just think about is that an assistant principal, while in title seems like it's a solely administrative role, it really is. I think a comment that was made last week was that it's not as close to students as a teacher would be. And I think that's kind of a misunderstanding of what that role actually looks like on a day-to-day basis. Our assistant principals are primarily with students, and if they're not with students, they're with the teachers that are supporting those students. So it is a role that directly impacts the work we do in school. There are times that principals have fixed meetings and responsibilities which can prohibit the ability to be responsive to teacher and student needs. Again, it's kind of, we're the single administrator. We have our administrative meetings on certain days, and if, a single administrator is out of the building, then again, responsibility sometimes falls on those other roles to kind of help out. The assistant principal is able to be proactive with students and anticipate those who might need additional support depending on the circumstances. Whenever we have substitute teachers, students who have the potential to become dysregulated, that's a really tough day for them. And so our assistant principals are kind of really thinking about that they're thinking about the coverage, who's out, which children are likely to have a hard time, how am I going to get in and get ahead of that so that we're keeping students in the classroom all the time. And then the RTIB oversight is kind of a key piece for us at the elementary level. We don't have full-time regular ed social workers. So in some of the other schools where they have more of that kind of support, the RTIB programming has oversight, not only from administration, but also then there's full-time social workers in schools, and we have a quarter time between our schools. So the AP kind of fills that role of oversight and supervision with our RTIB. We toyed for a while when we were adding those positions, whether it should be an ed tech or a teacher. We chose ed tech, but that means an ed tech needs to be supervised. And so if it wasn't an assistant principal or myself, it would be a teacher. And again, that's kind of taking responsibility from their other duties or time and effort. But an AP can provide feedback. One of the things we have really tried to do this year as our second year with our assistant principal is, if we have student with needs who may be on a plan that has to be run consistently, we're also partnering that with observations of the teacher to support the teacher skill, building skills to support children with challenging behavior, to keep them in the classroom. So the capacity of our assistant principals to be able to do that, it's way more proactive than we were able to be with a single administrator or someone else overseeing those RTIB students. Means we're building the capacity of our team at the same time. So what would a shared position look like? So I think the nature of the support that this role provides is full-time work. No question, really. There's no way to schedule when this responsive support will be needed. So if we split this position, say mornings at one school and afternoons at the other, or Mondays and Wednesdays at one school and Tuesdays and Thursdays at the other, we lose the consistency of response, like I was talking about. It's kind of, if we have a problem or you have a problem in your classroom at those times, it's great. You're going to get a quick and immediate response. If not, then you may or may not, or we're back to impacting other roles, which ultimately means impact on students' support services that can be provided by other people. We would lose the capacity for our supervision responsibilities. We would lose the capacity for consistent behavior response and teacher coaching. We would lose the attention we've been able to give around attendance and connections with families. We would return to impact on other roles, and essentially we'd be diluting the responsibilities and the impact that we've been able to see with the addition of these positions in our schools. Any questions for me? There we go.
Okay. Let's look now. We're going to dive in the Q&A document, and I'd like us to turn, please, to page 10. And this is from there wasn't a change in this, but I just want to reference that because we had a question about Freeport Middle School staff reductions, and the question was posed like, what would be lost or sacrificed with the proposed reduction of 2 teachers? And I'm going to ask Dr. Fournier to come up and answer that question.
Hi. So, I think we kind of covered this last week, but the thing that we're thinking about shifting or adjusting would be our unified arts. That's the thing that would be impacted the most, particularly if we went with option number 2. Yeah.
We've heard some feedback that the science curriculum is already stuffed pretty tight, and also other content in other courses, and there is some concern that adding Wellness 2 into these other classes might really be somewhat of a stretch in terms of trying to cover all the content during the year. Can you talk a little bit about how you feel that's going to be managed?
So we haven't always had Wellness 2. We've sometimes just had one Wellness. So it would be looking at a model that way. The thought of having STEM and science within each grade level every day opens up some space. So we've started to look at some of the standards that are placed in Wellness 2 currently and ways to utilize some of the other content areas. So it would be like human growth and development might take place in Wellness 1 now, whereas some of the other topics would take place, and we'd have to figure that out. I mean, we're just in these early steps of that.
Hi, thank you, Dr. Fournier. I had a question about the curriculum, and maybe this is even a question for Cynthia. So recently, we heard about the next gen science standards and how, on the curriculum committee, and how the district is working to update those standards and update the science curriculum. So I was wondering specifically about the capacity of our staff to continue to do that work, and what that would look like if we had this change, I guess.
So mostly in sixth grade, we've been targeting some of that. I mean, all the middle school teachers have been digging into the units. That work is sort of like climbing up. Cynthia, I don't know if you want to speak more to that. But 3 to 5, I know, was doing some work in that. I know that we just had a collaboration with Durham, but it was focused in 6. So where we're going with that work, it's coming. There's still flexibility in how we hit standards. And so our science and STEM departments have worked really hard over the last few years to, collaborate and talk about how they're going to really move things around. And each of the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade science and STEM teachers have sort of looked at how they map that out. And so it would be another mapping activity of how we're going to hit standards in productive and, comprehensive ways.
Just one addition.
Yeah.
As Dr. Fournier said, the 6th grade has already been part of that work across the district. As you know, the instructional coach position wasn't filled at the middle school this year, and we do have that still in the budget, and we plan to fill that, and they would help support that work.
I don't know if Danielle had a question for him.
Trying to think of how to word it. So when you say that the impact is on the United Arts, that's
Unified
Arts. Sorry, I call them specials at Durham.
Yeah.
Do you just mean because the wellness teacher number 2 would go to be the science teacher, or are there other things that you think are going to be affected? Because
what we're working through, as we talked about before, what are our priorities as a school? And so the things that came out as priorities, clearly science and STEM were those. And so that's what started to drive the work of building some of the schedules. Now, we've met once as a scheduling committee. So this work is still moving forward. But if we went with Model 2, which is something that just this week I gathered since I've seen you last, probably 6 other options that teachers, we've all been sharing with each other, talking about ways to move through all of the options. So could we waterfall? Could we build in flex? It's so complicated to build a schedule that I'm getting input from teachers every day on things that they have ideas about, or how would that impact different pieces of the unified arts, and making sure we're balancing all of those things. So making sure we're honoring band and chorus and art and wellness and all of the things. So the exact nature of how it's all going to play out if these cuts happened is still going to be up to our team and our school. And that's just not finalized yet. But this feels like the best option with the priorities that we've, the values that we came out of that survey that we did as a group, and really trying to prioritize, like, what does FMS stand for? What do we believe in, like, collectively?
I also just wanted to get some clarification about whether or how you feel we'll be able to differentiate learning with the cut of these staff, especially the ELA and math teachers. Are we going to be able to meet the needs of our learners who may need extra support in a special classroom or a different classroom without those teachers?
Like, one thought, again, and I don't want to say that we're locked into option 2 because we're in such an early phase, but one option in that there would be some flexibility with unified arts teachers, and there's been some really cool ideas about some co-teach models that would actually free up more staff for us to hit if we went with some of those things. The biggest thing would be making sure our numbers are appropriate so that we could pull out, having numbers on the top option of 25, that makes it really challenging to differentiate a big group like that. This year we've done a push-in model for a lot of our special education classes, and that's been awesome. So I would hope that we would be looking at that model more so than pulling out. RTI, we just met as a group last Friday. We're looking at mostly this year still, but thinking productively about next year too, and ways to give supports. But I mean, that's ongoing work. I think the second model does free up some cool ideas of ways that teachers could give support. So if you look, a unified arts teacher might have more of a block off, and they could build in structured studies. They could co-teach and enrich a lesson in that way. So there's lots of options in the scheduling models we're looking at. And keeping our two specialists separate, I think, will be key to that next year.
We also got some feedback regarding teacher workload and number of students and classes that they're teaching at a time. So could you speak to that under the options that you're looking at and how that might shift? Or I guess specifically if you want to speak to option 2, because I know it kind of depends on the option.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
You mean if they'd have like 100? I mean, that varies year to year anyway. So depending on the grade level that you teach, you mean how many students they see in a day, or their class size number?
How many students total, I guess, they see and work with? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, all of these teachers would see 90 to 99 students. I mean, that would be the highest. But that's how science, STEM, and social studies have always been.
Mm-hmm. And for the unified arts, would that be different then? Because the kids cycle through.
They've always seen a series of students, but it's trimesterly, so they're not seeing them all at once.
Okay. So in this case, it's possible they would have to teach. Is it possible they'd have to teach more sections or be seeing more kids at a time because of how the schedule is structured?
It would be similar. I see how you're saying, like ELA and math teachers would have more, but it would be equal to how many students science, STEM, and social studies have seen.
Okay, gotcha.
At least in 8th grade.
Okay, gotcha.
Because they've rotated through that cycle the whole time, and so they've always seen all of the students, all at the same amount of time.
Okay, so except for the ELA and math where there's the cuts, those which would shift to the other teachers. Okay.
And that we've talked about that. If you have a big essay that you have to, some of the options that we're playing around with too are like, how could we free up a teacher? So if we had unified arts teachers that were co-teaching, could they free up a teacher to give really thoughtful feedback if it was some big project or something? That would be like work that the scheduling committee would think about in our flex options. So flex is like a built-in block that you might schedule it once a month. You might just schedule it 4 or 5 times a year when you're doing some project-based activity. And so I'm calling it flex because that's something that you might lean into if you were feeling like, hey, ELA teachers in 7th grade have 99 students and that's a lot of feedback to give thoughtfully. We might lean into flex to give opportunities for teachers to have more flexibility to do that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So now if we go on to, let's turn to page 19. And that's the history of budgeted wages and benefits on that page. And that has been updated to reflect, if you recall, last week, I changed the budget proposal to have, instead of a full-time reduction of an ESOL teacher, to a half-time reduction. So the numbers there that you see are reflective and they're updated based on those requests. Page 20. We have an update here. This is the proposed budget taxation increase per town. One thing that I appreciate, Kelly did a lot of tracking down of looking what the median valuation was by town. Durham is shaded in yellow, Pownell green, and Freeport blue. And you'll see those numbers there based on what we received for the town. It's important to note that this only represents the potential increase related to the school portion of of your total property tax bill, and it also does not reflect any other changes in the individual town's budget or anything else that happened related to that property tax, your property valuation. But that's an update there. Page 21. What you see here, we updated that. There was a little bit of change in capital, if you recall, from last week. So we updated that all based on that additional $6,000 we added in there. Pages 22 to 24. The update there is again based on that additional $6,000 added to capital, and there's the year-over-year expenditures in all of these pages went from 5.72% to 5.73%. So that's the update there for you. Page 25. That's the operating budget history since inception. And that, again, for this year is updated based on that additional monies that were added in last week. If you go to page 32, this is where we get a little bit more complex. And I'm going to try to explain. I know it's hard to see on the screen, but you can look in your budget handbook. It's important when you look at this to start at the top of the row because we're talking about reductions and not additions. Okay, so start at the top. And we go to the yellow line. We're really looking at that year-over-year expense percentage. If you see that YOY expense, if you go to the yellow line, that is. If you, we looked at the unfilled positions, what that would percentage increase would be. It would be 7.69%. So we were asked by one board member, if we just looked at those numbers, where would you be at? So that's at the yellow line. If you go to the blue line, the 6.34%, that was if you added back in Freeport Middle School science position, which is actually wellness now. The Freeport Middle School 0.5 ELA, Freeport Middle School 0.25 ELA, Freeport Middle School 0.25 science, and 0.3 ESOL teacher. Remember that we added the 0.3 with a 0.5 we added last week to make a whole 0.8. You would be at 6.34%. If you look at the orange line, the 5.80%, that is if you just added in 0.3 back to the ESOL position to make it a whole. So we'd add the 0.3 back in with a 0.5 we added last week to be a 0.8 position. The year-over-year expense would be 5.80. And if you go to the pink line, there's the 5.73%. That was the initial request. So that's how that works. You start at the top, and you work your way down, because it's a reduction model, not a model we add to. If we move to page 33, this was a request from last week. We were asked to create to look at what the request for administrative wages and benefits was broken out, and what we did on page 33 is we actually provided all employee benefits. So you'll see it's in the pie chart, but also below it says that's the percent of the total budget for each one of those categories. So you can look through there, and that's what we have. We get to page 34. This is going to be a two-part question. What the board asked us, to provide information on the grades 6 to 8 schedule with number and teachers and class size at Durham Community School. And they also asked us to talk about the band and chorus schedule at DCS. So I'm going to ask Principal Pidden to come up and explain that.
Good evening. I'd just like to say that Moore Street staff, you're welcome to get up and say that being British is a good thing again. Or at least be thinking it as I'm talking. So, I'm not quite sure what information you want from this, so please ask questions if there's clarity that you need. Really, again, we're not usually finalizing a schedule right now, so what you have there is a couple of drafts. I can tell you what is most likely. In the 6th grade, what you see on that first piece is the model we currently have and that we are looking at for next year also, which is 51 students with 3 teachers, 3 sections of 17. What they currently have is an ELA class each day, a math class each day, and then a science and social studies that alternates on your piece of paper that's not on the screen. But you see that option 2, part of what we've been looking at also is as the conversations have focused so much around science and looking at, all right, so if we can have that comparable amount of science in 6th grade that we don't currently have because our students have half a year of science, then what we would do is potentially use that schedule. So we're looking at that, which would reduce the time a little bit for humanities, increase the time for science. But all of that is really school-based work that we're doing as we sort of look at the best way to prioritize the resources we have. In each scenario, it's 51 students, 3 staff members, class sizes of 17. So that is 6th grade. For 7th and 8th grade, at our school, it's important to know that our teachers teach both grade levels. So the students loop. So the science teacher teaches 7th grade science and 8th grade science. So the students are with them for 2 years. So just hearing your conversation there about number of students in a day, you'll see that next year we have 54 7th graders anticipated, 48 8th graders anticipated. So those teachers also see 102 students a day and are responsible for that, whether they're the science teacher with their science work, the literacy teacher with their literacy work, etc., etc. And as Paige said, those numbers fluctuate sometimes between 90 and 100, 105, something like that, in a similar manner to FMS. So on this one, you want to stay up at option 1 there. The because of the size of the classes, we're going from what we have as 3 and 2 sections right now across 2 grade spans to 3 and 3. The way in which that breaks down into the day is that block you'll see at the top. What we do is we end up adding in sort of a block schedule for a couple of the classes. It's hard to do science properly in 40 minutes. So they will go to 80 minutes alternate days. So it's the same amount of time, but what we do is remove a transition, which in essence maximizes some of that that time. So the students would have sort of those blocks in their day. They would have either a day that has a science double block and then math, Spanish, ELA, and JMG on a daily basis. And then they'd alternate that with a humanities block, and again with math, Spanish, ELA, and JMG on a daily basis. So that works out would be class sizes of 18 and 16. If they were in 2 sections, it would be class sizes in 7th grade of 27, or class sizes in 8th grade of 24, and the team decided that they would rather adjust the time and break up their day in this manner to meet those needs. So that's the schedule pieces we've tried to give you as a comparison. I'm not sure if that answers the question that was being asked.
Hi, I just have a question about I know I can list some of probably what the specials are that you have, but I'm wondering if you could just tell me what is included in that specials period.
Sure. So that is where we have phys ed, STEM, art, music, wellness, and our librarian has classes throughout the day also. And for grades 5 through 8, so in pre-K through 4, that is library. In grades 5 through 8, that becomes multimedia kind of work. And that's where some of the sort of technology standards come into play too.
Okay. So in the option 2, when you look down at the lift block, and then you have a B and C. So
oh yeah, I'd ignore that one. We're not using that one, I don't think.
Okay. So
you're looking at 7th and 8th grade?
Where is band and chorus?
Right. Were you looking at 7th and 8th grade for that option 2?
Yes.
Yeah. So we had to take that. The reason that was on there is literally we created this yesterday for today, and part of what this was dependent upon for that 6th rotation with our teaching teams was we had to just work with our colleagues with JMG to make sure they were comfortable with the model. Our JMG staff, as you may or may not know, are sort of, the district pays a sort of a set fee for a JMG specialist, and JMG pays the rest. So there are certain programming requirements that have to be met for JMG specialists, and we just needed to talk with our coordinator to ensure that they were comfortable with what we had, which they are, which that was literally this afternoon. So that's why I'm saying that's why I didn't really speak to that second option there. So then bringing back to your band chorus question. So that there's sort of two parts to that, because I know you wanted to ask about that in its current format. I can't necessarily speak to what it would look like next year. Again, where we're at in March is we're not usually finalizing next year's schedule, and especially when it's in such flux as it is currently. So maybe I could answer that, Beth, if I could answer that when I talk about the music band piece, that might be a little clearer than to sort of talk about it here and then there. So I'm not sure if there's any other questions about this piece, and then I'll respond to that question about the band in a sec. Okay, now I can answer your question. So perhaps I could just answer the question that we were asked to come with, which was around how is band and chorus currently taught and provided at school. I have to give a little bit of context because you've heard us say before, one of the challenges, it's very difficult to be comparing like FMS and DCS middle school grades, just because when a standalone middle school obviously has some different opportunities than a pre-K through 8 school in terms of meeting the needs of 6th through 8th graders. Just because partly, as you're already hearing, you have specials teachers or unified arts teachers focusing on 3 specific grade levels. We have unified art teachers across 10 grade levels. The nature of which the schedule rolls with so many grades, we have like 5 lunches to support, which really impacts the schedule, as opposed to potentially 3 lunches for a grade. So there's just a lot of factors that it's very hard to do kind of what we're doing a little bit at the moment of trying to kind of like compare. What I would say is that we do work hard collectively with your support to try and make sure that our kids are having the same access and opportunities. It just will look different. And I think some of the examples which are very concrete in ways that has been met, it's just a lot of the flexibility that's being put together in sports, for example, where, as a school, we were never big enough to have like a football team or field hockey team or lacrosse teams. But in a bigger middle school, those sports exist and have become accessible to students at DCS, which has been great. And then Jeremy with the transportation, the coaches at FMS adjust to make sure that we have shuttle buses running to make sure our kids can get to practices. And sometimes the practices start a little later to accommodate our program. So there's lots of things that are done to balance things out. It's just tricky to compare each day with each day. So with that in mind, part of what we have to balance is, I think I mentioned to you before, I know I have, that our school runs on an elementary school schedule. A big part of that is transportation. So the buses do all the high school runs, come back and pick up the elementary run, which for us includes middle school students. And so our day for our middle schoolers ends at 3:15. Most of the teams, almost all the schools that we compete against in sports are just straight middle schools who generally are on a high school schedule because that's when their bus runs go. And those schools generally end school around an hour earlier, sort of 2:20, something like that. So it means that if our students are involved in away sports fixtures or games, they have to leave school early to go there, which by default means we try to avoid having an academic class last period of the day, because otherwise they're missing, their primary academics. So we have tried to put academics at the, I beg your pardon, we've tried to put lift block at the end of the day, which is where often band and chorus takes place. The challenge then that was creating was that as a student, you were faced with a choice of if I want to do sports and music, then that was becoming detrimental in terms of we're trying to offer both opportunities. So what we have done this year, this is the first year we've been doing this for a long time. We actually have band and chorus activities taking place before school and during school. So we have 1.5 music teachers, and part of that, half a music teacher position was added, I want to say about 5 years ago now, in response to this, to try and support sort of the growth of band and chorus. So we have a full-time music teacher who is also our band director and chorus teacher. She also teaches pre-K and then 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th and 8th grade general music. Then we share a music teacher with Pownell, and that music teacher teaches pre-K through 5th grade and 5th grade beginners band down at Pownell. And then she comes up to DCS and teaches some specific band lessons as well as pre-K2 general music classes. So this current school year, we have band before school. We have a 6th grade section, a 7th and 8th grade section. Then we had checked in with families before the school year to see the accessibility for that and explaining what we were hoping to achieve by that and giving their students choices to check in with teachers or to do sports without compromising music. We had the vast majority were on board with that. We had a couple of families for whom that was going to be prohibitive. So those students get their band sections during the school day. We have additional lessons that take place during the school day for sort of sectional aspects of the band. 5th grade beginner band is also during the school day, and that is once a week. And then we have chorus is during school time, also during the week. Then prior to concerts, for about 6 weeks prior to concert, we add in additional whole band practice and chorus practice during the school day. So during those times, we put it back into that lift program and try to accommodate it in there. So you can see it's a little complicated.
Oh, no, I understand that it's very complicated. I'm just trying to figure out.
I hoped you were going to stop it. I understand it. I was like, wow.
No. Sorry.
Dang it.
So when you're saying that chorus is in the school day and...
So that would occur during lift.
Lift.
Yep.
Okay. So currently your schedule has this lift block at the end of the day. Okay. All right. And then sometimes it's band and other things it could be would just be study hall or catching up with teacher kind
Yes.
of thing, that sort of
Yes.
thing. Okay. All right. Thank you.
You bet. Put everyone else off? Oh no, not quite.
Thank you so much, Will, for this information. I'm so sorry if this was lost on me. I just want to make sure that I have this correct because I did take extensive notes when we talked about the schedule last time, and I remember talking about it. And so the driver of that is, again, that the class size will be 2 classes of 24 for the 8th grade, and wanting to make sure that there's not, like, instead of adding an additional teacher, changing this schedule to accommodate for that. Is that breaking it down correctly, or how?
Sort of.
Okay.
I think there's 2 narratives that got blended in there. So if you, we would have had 2 classes of 24 with our current structure. Currently in 8th grade, students make a choice between Spanish or JMG. So what happens is they currently have, everyone has Spanish and JMG in 7th grade. They kind of work through those almost like exploratories, but they get into a good level. And then they make a choice in 8th grade. And those classes in 8th grade currently are then smaller because they split to decide, okay, during this section, approximately half go to JMG and half go to Spanish. For next year, to avoid classes of 24, students will have the same model they have currently in 7th grade, which means they'll all take Spanish and they'll all take JMG. And that's what would result in those class sizes of 16 in 8th grade next year. That's that option 1 if you're looking on that piece of paper.
Okay.
Does that clarify?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. Could you also, I just had a follow-up question. Could you remind me for the staffing levels that we got on our sheets during the presentation, during the workshops, and the class sizes, are those projections or are those current numbers?
So those are projections. So we all work with projections, and it gets tricky throughout this process because we have potential move-ins or move-outs. So we collectively have a sort of a date by which, so these are the projections we will use for the budget process. And then law of averages would suggest that, if 2 move out, maybe 2 move in. Obviously, it can change. Sometimes more move into a certain grade level or move out of a certain grade level. But the projections are based on current enrollments at the date we kind of put a hold on it, just so it's consistent and we're not sort of chasing, a number here or a number there. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you. And I guess I'll just add the observation that in deference to when we were talking about the equity across the district, I went back and I wanted to look at the reductions, all the staff reductions across the schools and what the class sizes were. And I did notice that Durham stood out to me as having some projections in the 3rd and 5th grade where the cuts are at the threshold of action level under our policy.
Yeah, they're very cuspy. It's true. It's one of the hard parts more with, again, it's one of the unique parts of RSU 5. Every one of our schools there's no one school that's the same model, right? So we all have slightly different grade configurations or numbers of grades, etc. And for smaller schools, we're a bigger school than a lot of the other schools, but the actual grade span per se, it gets tricky when we get into that kind of 43, 45, 46. What feels like 1 or 2 students can be a tipping point. And without a bigger number to accommodate in 5 or 6 students, that's where it gets tricky. So yes, you are correct. It is a tricky one. We are comfortable with 21s, 22s. You've also heard from a number of us about some cohorts lend themselves to that kind of support and some cohorts less so. In both these cases, we feel that the rising third and fifth graders are cohorts that can accommodate these numbers. If we have 4 families move in, then it becomes a challenge. And those are conversations that we've had with Kelly and Jean throughout, and we feel like we have provisions there. On the flip side, we are also, as I think I mentioned to you at the time, we're also really monitoring kindergarten, because it's the opposite, where we have a low projection, but that gets tricky because it's not all families access pre-K in a half-day model, because for some they need full day, and to be able to get back to Durham to pick up their child from home or to arrange care is tricky. So we are working with a slightly less predictable number. We use birth data from the town over a 2-year span. That would be the incoming rising K. We use existing pre-K, et cetera, and currently the number of students coming into kindergarten is lower than we would anticipate. It is a smaller pre-K year, but the birth data was consistent with what we usually would anticipate to be a class of about 41. So we're monitoring that, because there's a scenario by which if that stays super low, or then we would have to be saying, okay, do we need a third section there? So it can sort of be on both sides of the equation. The hard part with K, unlike pre-K, where people are not sure, they tend to sign up earlier because they want a slot, or they're not going to take a slot. With kindergarten, there's a sense of like, well, every child gets to go to kindergarten. It's not necessarily going to be a cap, which could occur with pre-K just because of the numbers we have available. Then it does tend to result in later sign-ups. So we often will get kindergarten during the summer, which makes it tricky for this sort of work.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Oh.
So can you envision a scenario where you have too many kindergarten teachers and not enough third or fifth grade teachers, and you could shift one of those teachers around then?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Kelly, I think we can envision almost any scenario. Because
is that because you're British?
It's especially because we're British. We've lived through many scenarios and created most of them ourselves. Yeah. I have to be super careful. I'm not going to get deported here, but so I hear your question, and without being silly about it, yes, can I see that happening potentially? Yes, but all kidding aside, every year there are changes. So we had a tight grade before, and then 2 families moved in with 4 children in the same grade between them, and that was a big impact, but that just is what happens. So what we're all of us are kind of used to the fact of saying, these are the resources we have, these are the needs we need to meet, let's go back to the drawing board and figure out how to do it. And I think you've been hearing from people throughout the last few weeks of doing this on a sort of theoretical basis. We're very used to doing it in a reality basis, that because changes occur all the time during the school year. And you heard, I think, last week when Jean referenced at Moore Street, when they were suddenly short a teacher and the second grade classes had to grow, beyond what would be a planned number, but was a number that everyone responded to and made sure children got what they needed. So I think, yes, I can imagine it, but equally, I know that if something like that happens, we'll solve it. So. Other things? All right. Thank you.
Yeah, so I believe we've answered all the questions at this moment in time for the board, so we can shift back to seats now.
I didn't know they referred to middle school games as fixtures. That's good to know. Well, thank you. Another British drop. Thank you, Jean and Dr. Fournier and Julie and all of our folks that have put in, and Kelly, of course, all of the folks that have put in all of the effort in the last few weeks as we have thrown more information requests at you and questions and possible scenarios. This definitely is all great information and helpful in our process. Okay, so we are up to the second opportunity for public input on the budget. So this would be an opportunity if you had something you wanted to share with the board specific to budget. We just ask that you, I have a couple folks. We ask that you come up to the microphone, tell us who you are, and carry on.
Okay.
Liz.
Hi, thank you. Whoops. Well, I guess I'll try to bend over here. So good evening, everybody. I am Liz Pierce, and I am one of the school counselors at the high school. And a few weeks ago, I spoke to all of you in support of maintaining a full-time ESOL teacher at the high school level. Tonight, I am here to advocate for the ESOL program to ensure the board fully understands the impact of reducing one position by 0.5. This reduction would mean losing the district's most experienced secondary level ESOL teacher, the only one with a master's in secondary education. While an ESOL endorsement covers grades K through 12, the academic, social, emotional, and mental health needs of students vary greatly by age. High school is the final step before adulthood, making expertise in adolescent development and curriculum essential for positive postgraduate outcomes. An ESOL teacher at the high school does more than teach English. They support students in coursework requiring advanced language skills and collaborate with up to 20 teachers weekly to ensure proper modifications and student success. Without secondary education training and experience, this critical support will be diminished. I understand that data informs budget decisions, but current data only reflects student numbers, not the challenge of filling a part-time position, the addition of multilingual student registrations throughout the year, or the strain on educators spread across multiple buildings. These factors lead to inconsistent support and increased burnout. I urge you to consider the broader impact of this decision. The loss of a 0.5 ESOL district position will ultimately reduce the expertise at our high school, resulting in less comprehensive services for our multilingual learners. Instead, please consider a 0.2 reduction so that we can maintain a strong ESOL support across all grade levels. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Jill. If you wouldn't mind turning on all the, the motion sensor lights as you run around, that'd be great.
Thanks, I needed that. All right, here we go. I like kids. My name is Jill Hyland. I am the ESOL teacher at Freeport High School. For 21 years, I've taught multilingual students. ESOL is all I know. The board has been presented with a lot of numbers from the administrative teams, and while those numbers are important, I want to shift the focus to the students. The students that we always say are at the center of our decisions, the ones that we saw and heard from tonight. This position is so much more than teaching. Every day, we are an advocate, interpreter, cultural and family liaison, mentor, appointment maker, dream builder, reality reminder, a hug, a nudge back to class, and always the voice they turn to and hear. For our students, we are the home base, their safe space in a world that seems to be spinning out of control. The emotional well-being of students in the program will be impacted if the position is reduced to 0.5. The program as a whole will change. Students will lose their trusted adults as a result of teachers shifting schools, and a new 0.5 teacher would have to be hired. Right now, our students are thriving. They are improving because of the relationships, the consistency, and the programming that we have been able to provide.
ESOL endorsed teachers are vital to student success at all levels. The nuances that we bring to a classroom makes the difference between learning or just sitting. The recommended and most effective model supported by the Office of Civil Rights in the Maine Department of Education is direct instruction from an ESOL endorsed teacher. Cutting the staff by 0.5 makes it impossible to provide the level of service our students need and deserve. Exiting the ESOL program for students is the goal, but language is fluid. Even with an exit score of 4.5, students who test out of the program are still learning language skills and have not yet reached native fluency. The district's LAU plan ensures compliance with federal and state laws regarding the ESOL education. Per our LAU plan, we are required to monitor exited students for 2 years. Our role for monitored students really isn't any different than any other student, only now we don't directly service them. But we are still required to provide interpreters, translate documents, inform parents of school events and resources, provide and schedule transportation to and from school-sponsored events outside of school hours, check grades, provide academic support, maintain connections, offer scaffolding to teachers, and guide students through whatever it is they need in that moment. I think that it's most important to remember that this program, it's not an extra. It's not RTI or AP classes or gifted and talented. ESOL in language programming is a fundamental right protected by the Office of Civil Rights and the Department of Education. This is not just about numbers on a spreadsheet. It is about providing meaningful access to education. It is about students, our students, my students, and their rights to an education and a program that we need to protect. Please do not make this 0.5 cut. We must ensure that we are truly putting our students at the center of our decisions, not just in words or by looking at numbers on a spreadsheet, but in action. Thank you.
Thank you, Jill.
So that was all we had for folks that wanted to speak on the budget, but I will give people an opportunity if someone had something they wanted to share. Oh, yeah.
Would this also be the only opportunity to ask any questions? Because once the board starts deliberating and this public comment period's closed, we won't have like a back and forth, right?
Correct, right. Okay. So if someone had a question, now would be the time they could ask it. Yep.
Hi. Wonderful. I was here last week. My name is Valerie Williams. I live in Freeport.
I might ask you get a little closer to the mic.
Yeah, height is a challenge for me as well, but different.
I was going to say it might be.
Yeah, I got it now.
There you go.
You would think the wife of a singer would know, but I don't. So I'm about to say something very opposite to the ESL teacher. Not that I disagree with her, I do not. But I am a scientist and I love numbers. So much so that I did not prepare any words at all today. But I also am here again to object to the cuts to the Freeport Middle School because although our stated goal is science and math, the two cuts on the table are science and math. So that in and of itself flies in the face of what our stated goal is. And I'm here again to advocate. I know I've emailed a couple times, and I'm sorry if this is getting annoying, but I feel passionately, and I'm here again, a very tired person, taking my time, asking for you to hear me. Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie. Okay. So, just making sure there's nothing else we're supposed to get to before we get to our deliberations. There is not. Great. Okay, just want to set the stage a little bit for where we are. First of all, I think our light is working well. We've lost all the light outside, and hopefully you guys can still see us, so that's great. Where we are in our process is we have a opportunity to deliberate this evening. Next week, we have another board meeting. And according to our budget timeline, we will adopt the budget next week. So we can deliberate next week. That's what it says on our agenda. But really historically how it has worked is the meeting in advance of the adoption of the budget is usually where we come down on where we want to be for our numbers, because our budget brochure that gets printed and mailed to every household in the district must go to the printers next Thursday morning, which means it's essentially baked before we get here Wednesday based on what we come up with tonight. So we have a couple of options. If we can get to that point and feel comfortable with that, wonderful. We'll continue with that process. If we don't feel like we can finish today with a number that we have a certain level of confidence that we will all come back and agree with next week, then we don't have to go that route. What it would mean sacrificing, because I know we always ask, what are we sacrificing to choose a different option? And we would not be able to mail the budget brochure to every household. We could still produce it. We could still have it up on our website. We could still have it at all of the town halls and the schools and any other areas in town where folks pick up their information. We do that for other things. But we wouldn't be able to mail it to every household. I think there are pluses and minuses to that, but that is the reality, that if we don't come out of this evening's meeting with essentially what our finalized budget is going to look like, that would be the sacrifice is the ability to mail that out to every household. Yeah, Kara.
Is that so that people receive it before the Q&A sessions? Could it be mailed later? Or
yeah, I mean, usually they get there the week of the Q&As starting. So, and we have historically, that's part of the reason we do those Q&As, is that people get it in the mail and they can come ask us questions. So I guess I'm sure Jeannie is screaming at her TV or computer right now. So there may be an answer that says, no, we can't. I'm not sure. I just know that historically, in order to meet those deadlines, it would have to go on Thursday. And I also asked if we could send just like a one-pager that says, hey, go to your town hall or the website if you want to see the full budget brochure, because we're not mailing them to every house. And apparently that is not as simple as it sounds. It still has to get done by someone who does the mailing, and there's a lot of steps in the process. And if we're not having the company we use to create the budget brochure create it, they wouldn't mail it for us. So as all of our questions tend to be, there's multiple layers to what might seem as a simple answer or question. And I'm not personally tied to either way, but I just wanted folks to understand what that looks like. So if we don't feel like we're ready to come down on a number tonight, that's okay. We can continue those deliberations next week. It probably would just mean that we wouldn't be able to send out the budget brochure. Any other questions on that? Okay. So we were trying to think of possible ways to tackle this endeavor in front of us, and thought we might start with some of the maybe more straightforward items, and I'm trying to find the page that I'm looking for, which of course I'm in the wrong book, I'm sure. Okay, here we go. I thought we might start with the capital funding, the capital projects funding, and the proposal around how we're going to shift some of the funding, add $6,000 to the local budget, as well as allocate the $1.5 million and change, according to Kelly's calculation, into the capital reserve to allow for the other, now I'm thinking of the wrong word, the life safety cameras, door access, as well as the stuff that we're What's the other half of that project that we moved into this year called?
There's other
It's more life safety, right? So the whole life safety funding proposal, which basically ups the local budget by 6,000 and then transfers $1.5 million into the capital reserve account to allow for those items to get accomplished that way. It seemed like there was general support for that methodology, and just thought we could start with something. Yeah, I'm looking at Danielle. I thought you put your hand up. We're just peeking around the lamp. Not yet. Okay, great. All right. All right. So while we're on reserve accounts, I guess I would love to hear folks' thoughts on the proposals that Kelly brought back to us today around transitioning $296 roughly $1,000 into the Article 1 reserve, which would cover our Title I wages and benefits, and then $618,000 into the Article 2 reserve. That would cover staff as wages and benefits, as well as out-of-district placement for our title funds that could be at risk from a federal level, so that we could maintain those services. And those funds would not come from local dollars, but would come from the undesignated fund balance.
Yeah, excuse me. I feel really good about this, just because I think there is a lot of uncertainty in the air. We don't know what's coming down the pike, and this helps just kind of cushion us if it's a contingency in case we don't happen to get that money. We can still cover these positions. I feel really good about that, and I feel even better now that we have heard from our council that it is not that big of a deal for us to transfer funds from one reserve account into another. So if it turns out that we can't use this money, we can put it into capital reserves or some other reserve account and use it that way.
Yeah, I think what I heard was it would be a vote at, so basically, typically that would be once a year. We could, so if we got to this point next year and we felt comfortable that our funding had stabilized and we wanted to move it somewhere else, we could do that at that point. We always could have a special, legislative body, which is the annual budget meeting, if we needed to do it on an emergency basis. But I think that would be the methodology of how we could move it in the future. Okay. I guess the other thing I didn't mention on the capital side was the implementation of the vehicle replacement plan. That is another dollar amount increase in the budget. That's the $163,000, and that is funded through the undesignated fund balance. I'll save Kelly getting up. So that would be another funding source for that, and that would get us on our way to the replacement plan to make sure that we're keeping all of the buses and vans and trucks and all those things on a reasonable replacement schedule.
And also energy audit in general, the board feels we are to go ahead with phase 1.
Yes. So the last piece, while it doesn't impact this year's budget, would be to move forward with the phase 1 of the energy audit, which is in one of these packages. And that would result in the first payment on that lease would happen in the following school year. So while we wouldn't have a cash impact in the upcoming year, we would essentially be entering into a lease for a future payment. And that would meet the first phase of that energy audit. And they front loaded the things that would likely have cost savings associated with them for the district. So hopefully some of that future cost will be recaptured through savings from that first phase of the energy audit. So people feel relatively comfortable with that approach on the capital side and the reserve questions. Yeah, Maura.
I do. Thanks, Michelle. But I was also wondering if there's any amount we're using from the undesignated fund balance this year to offset the tax impact of the budget. I know we typically do that every year.
Yes, so that is on page 10 of the handbook. So the white front page, not the tan front page, which is the Q&A. So it's the proposed budget impact sheet. Down under shared revenue, the bottom line item there says undesignated fund balance. So this year we used $900,000. Next year we are looking to use $1,068,000. I believe that is the $900,000 we used last year plus the $168 for that vehicle replacement plan we were just talking about. So the vehicle replacement, unlike the items that are coming out of the capital reserve, the vehicle replacement plan will actually be in the local budget. It just won't be, we won't be collecting taxes for it. We're going to fund that through moving undesignated fund balance to offset that piece. Does that make sense? It's a good point. We hadn't really gone through much on the funding side of the budget. We've been so focused on the expenditure side of the budget. Do folks have any questions about the proposed budget impact? Most of our time to date has been really around that top line of that page 10, which is the total operating budget of $43,909,000. And then really that's just the starting line of how the funding goes through. And then, so if you kind of go down from there, we have our adult ed, and then that's sort of our total expenditure budget, including adult ed. We take out our shared revenues. The biggest one of that is that $1 million of undesignated fund balance. And then other sources of revenues that you can see on the page there, whether it's interest income, CDS, the funding we get from the town of Freeport to maintain the Hunter Road fields, because they own the fields, but we maintain them. They pay us a fee to do that. All of those shared revenues are there at the bottom of the page. And then we have our shared state aid for being part of the GC. Thank you. My head's not like creating a big shape or anything, right? Okay, good. So that's $56,000. That's been relatively stable. It's down a little bit. And then we get down to the operating budget minus the shared revenue and aid. And then we get down to the state aid, so subsidy from the state of $7,200,000, which, as Superintendent Scarapa mentioned, is about $207,000 less than the prior year. And that's driven by a couple of things. One is the number of students. The other is valuation increases across the district. But 7.2 state subsidy. Durham still has a small piece of non-shared debt from prior to joining the RSU around the construction of the Durham Community School. So that's still on there. So that just goes directly to the Durham portion of the budget. The required local contribution is what the state determines each town is required to contribute according to our cost sharing formula. They set a mill rate and they tell you your valuation, and they say in order to get your subsidy you need to raise this, and that's about $20 million. And then that gets us down to about $15 million in how we that we put through our cost sharing formula. So that's page 10. And then page 11 is what those numbers mean on a town by town basis in terms of the required local contribution, the additional local monies, non-shared debt in Durham's case. And so that's kind of how that flows down. That's why there's obviously different mill rates by the towns, because they don't all value at the same rate. And there's different requirements from the state. So this really breaks down what each of the towns is looking at in terms of the budget we've proposed. And I will remind folks that the tax impact is an estimate. It's always an estimate. We have last year's mill rate and last year's valuation because that's the last information we have, but all of that gets updated with new valuation numbers on April 1st. So I just want to remind folks of that. Okay, sorry, that was my quick, what does this budget mean once we agree on the expenditure numbers? Okay, so phase 1 of the energy audit, small increase to the capital budget's funding in the local budget, the vehicle replacement plan, and then the items on the life safety that would get funded through the reserve account. People feeling pretty good about that? Any concerns? Okay, great. Okay. So that brings us to the other items. I'm looking at page 7. Okay. Live on. Okay, so I picked page 7 because they're bigger numbers, but Jean did point out that on page 32 of the Q&A, which has very small numbers, we can see similar things, and this is really around the discussion of the positions across the district. And each one is identified with a separate line item. And I don't know if it makes sense to try and chunk them out, because I think they might vary depending on what we're talking about here. If I start at the bottom, so that pink line kind of in the middle, that superintendent proposed budget, that's the budget we have from Jean right now with the year-over-year expenditure increase of 5.73. I'm still trying to understand how this ESOL works. So this includes a 0.5 reduction in ESOL, correct, right? If we went to orange. Okay, so if we felt that we wanted to go from 3 to 2.8, which that impact would go from 5.73 to 5.8. Okay. So I will open that conversation to see what folks, yeah.
Thank you, Michelle. I had a slightly different proposal I wanted to sort of put before us to sort of talk about in terms of how we could approach this. We've heard so much in terms of about so many of these positions, and I know we're going to have, we could have a very robust and in-depth conversation about each of the different positions and how we understand and how we might slot them into kind of a this year kind of a, I suppose, a hierarchy of needs. But I also, I suppose, I was thinking to myself that if the board is not as a sort of a majority voting block, if the board doesn't have any interest in going above 5.73, then we maybe shouldn't talk about the individual roles yet. I wondered whether it might be worth to have a, I'm not sure what the proper mechanism is, but to have a sort of a straw poll of just to say, how open is the board to going north of that amount? Because I think if we learn through that vote that actually the majority of folks want to hang out right there, then we probably can get out of here in about 15 minutes. But if not, then I think we know why we're staying. We're staying because we believe that there some number of additions of staff back into the budget are desired by the board.
Yeah, I mean, the other component of that would be alternative ways to keep the number relatively similar, but in a different way, right?
Yeah, that's in my 15 minutes that I was calculating.
Oh, okay,
before.
great. We'll work that out. Yeah, no, I think that's a great jumping off point to see, what's the flavor of the board around, because the other piece we have to do once we adopt our budget is we have to get it passed. And, I think this board has historically been thoughtful and in its determination of increases. It has not been we will not go above 2% and cut until you get there and tell us what happens. There are times where we have to be more disciplined in that, and I think we have tried to be very thoughtful in making sure that anything that we are asking for is well supported from our team, from our board, from our superintendent, from our educators. So, I appreciate that approach of not just giving a number and walking away. But we do have to get it approved. While we would love to do everything, we do have to get it approved. So I guess that's a good place to start, is how are people feeling about, 5 3/4? Kelly?
Yeah. There's nothing magical about 5.73, but I think, obviously our taxpayers want us to be careful about this, and kind of, one of the questions I'm thinking of is, as people are looking at this number, they're probably asking themselves, well, what are other districts doing? What are their increases looking like? Are we in the ballpark? Is that something we can look at anytime soon?
Do we have any sense? I know we tend to be early in our process, so
I'll look and see what I can.
Okay. Kara?
I have a question about what happens if it doesn't get passed. What is that, or approved? Can you walk us through that process?
Sure. So our budget process is really a 3-step process. Step 1 is right now what the board is doing. We adopt a budget. We then take that adopted budget and we go to our annual budget meeting, which is the 3-town meeting where we vote on the article by article. So right now we have the opportunity to sort of adjust line items, come to that final number. At the annual budget meeting, you can only adjust by article, up or down. Ours allow for up or down. And the totals that come out of that meeting is what goes to referendum in June. And so that referendum in June is, just a normal go to the polls, vote yes or no. There's no changing it. It's, do you support it or do you not? We have, knock on wood, not failed a budget in, is that true? Since the first year. The first year might have failed. But if we were to, and it does happen, it happens in other districts actually with some regularity, we would then have to reconvene in the summer and then go through the process again. We would have to, sometimes the challenge is it's too high, and sometimes the challenge is it's too low, depending on the districts that have failed their budget. I've seen budgets fail in the same town for different reasons, like one was too high and the next one was too low and the third one was Goldilocks and just right. So that's kind of what the process would look like. We obviously wouldn't have the full, budget process from January to June. We would have a very condensed process to try and get a new budget. If we felt like it failed because it was too high, we would come back. We could come back with the same number again if we wanted to. But generally what would happen is we would make some cuts to where we felt like we could get it passed. We would have another annual budget meeting, and then we would go to another referendum vote. And we would continue that process. We would be locked into this year's spending until we approved a budget for the upcoming year. Yes? Yes. Does that answer your question? Phoebe.
I just have two clarifying questions. So, does each town have to pass the budget, not just like the majority out of the three combined?
It is the majority out of the three combined. So the past several years, we have passed it in all three towns. So it has been sort of a moot point. But it is total yes votes in the district against total no votes in the district. Okay. Other questions on that?
Could you remind me of like how close it has been in years past?
The vote? Ooh, that's a good question. Okay, great.
Yeah, I did look that up a month or so ago, and I think it was district-wide, it was about 3 yeses to 1 no. It was close to 50-50 in Durham, and the other towns had it wasn't as close. More yes.
Yeah, so this is last year's, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so last year it passed in Durham by 9 votes. In Freeport, so 237 to 228 yeses. Freeport, it was 615 to 227, and Pownell was 166 to 103. Exactly. Say that louder for the yeah.
Everyone should be going and voting for the school budget. That's crazy. We have a lot more than 1,500 people in these towns. Guys.
Yeah, registered,
come on, guys.
Registered voters. I'm hoping somebody might know the registered voters. It's got to be. I mean, it's got to be close to 8 to 7 for the district. Yeah, so my guess was 8,000 for Freeport, so 7 to 8,000 just for Freeport. And then Durham, the population is only 4,000, so obviously it's something less than that. But I would say we're probably north of 10,000 registered voters, and we got 1,500.
Phoebe, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'm saying let's step it up. Do it for me. I'm not 18 yet.
You be by June?
I'll have my brother come back and vote, though. He'll be on a ship in the middle of the ocean, but he'll be voting.
Absentee votes? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so what are we thinking about where we are now in terms of comfort level with what's been proposed in terms of the cost?
Mm-hmm. Could we, not to derail that direction, but could we do a straw poll about willingness to go over the 5.73 and that yes at all, and then that assumes including all the other positions, including the assistant principal positions, right? Because if we're willing to go over 5.73, that means we're including everything that's not cut here. Or you're still thinking that might be on the table?
Oh, you mean to go actually get below the 5.73?
Right. Are we agreeing that if we're interested in going above 5.73, that's accepting everything that's proposed by the superintendent?
Yes. So maybe we can even do one vote prior to that to as a straw vote to see if people feel like we need to cut even more, right? Like if 5.73 is too high, right? So does anyone feel like 5.73 is too high for us to bring to the table at the annual budget meeting? So a yes vote is you want that number to come down. You want to go down the sheet, not up the sheet, right? Down the sheet is reductions, yeah. Additional reductions. Okay. So yes is you'd like to see additional reductions above and beyond what's been recommended. So no hands going up. So I'm reading that as everyone is comfortable with a 5.73 expenditure increase going. Okay. So now we'll go the other way. So So we already know that we're okay where we started. So I like quarter point jumps. So a yes vote now would be, are you comfortable with considering, not that we have to get to this number, but considering an increase up to 6%, so a quarter point jump. So somewhere between 5.75 and 6.
So raise your hand if you're comfortable with that.
Yes. Well, we could do it like, we could just, if you're up to 6, you could, everybody, if you want 12, raise your hand for 6, and then we'll just have people drop their hands once they get to a point where they're no longer comfortable. Does that make sense? I love these straw polls. This is why I don't do them. Does that make sense for folks? It's kind of like, who's been married 5 years? Who's been married, if you've been married, and then people drop their hands as, You know what I'm talking about? Thank you. Yeah, those games. The thing we do with the first day of school. How long you been teaching here? That one. Yeah. Okay. Clarifying? Go for it.
Well,
Do you have a better way to do it?
I'm not saying better,
Maybe.
but different. I guess where my head is that I don't think I'm right now. I don't have a numerical value in my mind. I think I have a sort of collection of positions that we've talked about that I believe it would be worth examining what the impact of those would be. So I think I'm maybe proposing sort of flipping it a little bit and sort of just perhaps having just a conversation to say, like, who's comfortable to talk about anything above 5.73, and if we are, then we can start to talk about, well, what are the positions that that people are thinking have really risen to the fore, and then start to do some math, which someone may or may not have done on his laptop, to figure out if there's a way to make any of that work.
I see. Kelly has a calculation sheet. She can do that. And Kelly can do it as well.
So she'll check your work.
Yeah. As she should. Yeah.
Can I just clarify for the benefit of the audience? With the straw poll that we just took, the board is saying that we think at a minimum we should take the superintendent's recommendations.
I think that's the way I read that straw poll. Yes.
Okay, so the cutting assistant principal positions is not on the table.
Well, I think it's a discussion of if I guess it would depend on other things potentially.
Like if folks wanted to cut one of those and keep one of the other positions to maintain
Correct.
the 5.7%.
Yeah, I think that's
okay.
that's where that could. I think I was the one who asked the question just because I think it's important to have discussions about all the things that are options, I know I said I'm not necessarily in favor of this, but it is a large increase. We've added 2 years in a row.
Mm-hmm.
Would it make sense to look at that as more of a way to offset? So if people felt strongly about some of these other ones that shouldn't happen, that might be a way to keep the number where it is, but still be able to keep some other things.
Mm-hmm.
Not that I'm advocating or endorsing that, but it was just an option on the table.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I guess I'll just say then, given the volume of responses we got and outreach and the description from Principal Nickerson of the benefit of those positions, I think that we should keep those and that those should not be on the table for cuts. And would the board agree?
Yeah, I mean, I think my personal opinion on those AP positions is that we always, when we add a position, we ask them to sort of weigh in on how it went the following year. And we obviously heard that it was very good at Moore Street. That's why we considered it at Mass Landing last year. But the volume and the descriptions and the detail we got around that position, both tonight and in emails, was wonderful to see how impactful that those people can be in the system of a whole school. I was sort of saying in jest that last week that we would add to Julie's, existing 2.7 positions she fills. Apparently, it's even more than that based on what we saw in those emails. So, my personal opinion is I would not be in favor of combining those into one full-time position. That's my opinion. But.
I kind of just have another question. I know that we've talked a lot. Obviously, I'm sure people are considering putting some of the, positions back in, and we talk a lot about being creative. And I'm just wondering, has anybody had any awesome creative ideas? Because, we get this call from the community, and everybody says, be creative, find the, money to cut that, isn't a teacher or isn't an administrator or, but I would love to know if somebody has any suggestion around where that would come from, because, I'm looking at this and we're looking at we added $6,000 in and had to redo all our documents, and it's just like very small amounts that we're trying to, like you said, not finding enough papers and paper clips and paper in the district. So, I just wanted to ask my colleagues if anybody had any fantastic ideas.
Nope, we are not a creative bunch.
I don't know that it's a fantastic idea, and it's certainly not a big dollar amount, but I know when we had discussed athletics, we had talked about new equipment.
And do we see that on page 7? Or is that just the existing, what we currently have in the budget for? That would be Article 4.
So where you would see it in Article 7, Michelle, is under that miscellaneous supplies, books, furniture, subscriptions, equipment. It was all kind of pulled together into one larger bucket. As far as where you see it on page 7, the net decrease for all of those lines together was the $76,217. While there may have been an increase in a particular one line item for a particular article or department, the net overall is that $76,217. How I addressed that question was in the Q&A section. There is a breakdown of Article 4, and I'm trying to scroll up to it. It's gotten huge, this document. It begins on page 11. So, and let's remember that Article 4 is not just athletics. It is athletics and co-curricular together. And it is also where all of our stipends live for the most part. So stipend amounts were negotiated as part of the educators' collective bargaining agreement last year. And so a lot of those, unless you're not going to offer a particular program, or a co-curricular athletic program or a co-curricular event, those are kind of baked in, right? If I can say it that way. And so what I tried to do with Article 4 and for areas when we were looking is to break it down by object code to kind of show you where the larger increases within Article 4 are. And they are, surprisingly enough, within the what I would call the salary and benefit lines. In this case, it's stipend and the stipend benefits because you still pay payroll taxes on them. So you'll see that throughout the Article 4. If you want to get down to, so I'm still scrolling through and getting wages and benefits, and it's not until page 16. It started on page 11, and it's not until page 16 that you actually see the more the items that break down a little further. Game officials, I mean, obviously a pretty straightforward description there. You've got co-curricular purchase professional services, purchase services. You have travel associated with it. Then you have like supplies associated with co-curricular, which is that instructional supply line that you're seeing at the top of page 17. And then we get into dues and fees, and that is largely associated with both co-curricular and athletic. So it's really a hodgepodge of items that are put together in order to make up Article 4. And if you're looking specifically, so equipment, the threshold for equipment changed. This is like digging into the weeds, but the threshold for equipment actually changed through the Department of Education's definition. It's $5,000 or more. So unless the single cost of the item is $5,000 or more, it is considered a supply. So what you'll see, where you'll have to parcel out the supplies would be at the bottom of page 16 and the top of page 17. So overall, the supply line for Article 4 is up $732.
That was a lot of talking for $732.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, as I'm like when you try to like pull apart the budget, which is why on page 7 of the handbook, it was kind of all lumped together to say overall, all of those lines have a net negative amount of $76,000 already. There may be some ups and there may be some downs, but overall, we have looked at that. It was part of the process. Again, we kind of started in August. We dug as deep as we could without going after salaries and benefits.
Yeah, thank you, Kelly. I just want to recognize how much effort has been put into this process. I think we may have mentioned that before, but I just really want to thank all the administrators and everyone who has put so much time, and teachers, considering all of these options, and that this is where we're at, and the amount of creativity that has already been put into how we could make this work. And I think we're at a point where we know that these are the most efficient options to reduce the budget, and we have to choose as a board. Do we think that with all those reductions, we can still meet the students' needs, not just with a hope to meet the students' needs, but actually really truly meeting the students' needs and not at the expense of burning out the staff? Or are we or do we feel like we're at a point where we have to ask the taxpayers to pay a little bit more? I did a little bit of informal math. I'm not sure I should even say, because I'm not sure how accurate it is, but looking at the difference between that 5.73% and the 8.35% for each taxpayer, what is the difference there? And I think it's roughly between $150 and $250 more that each taxpayer would have to pay if we passed it at a 5.73% increase versus an 8.35% increase, or the other way around. If we passed it at an 8.35% increase versus 5.73, we're talking roughly $200 more per year that each taxpayer within the district would have to pay. So I just want to give that kind of a context. I don't know if that's helpful or not. And that's been a number that I've been hoping we could actually have to help us make these decisions.
I feel like we have a check on the math. No, I don't want, it's not a check on the math. I just want to talk about the sheet that you're seeing on the screen. So what I tried to do today, you don't have that one because it's the one, it's the reactive sheet, Michelle. So what I did was I built, so lines 35 through 41, which I'm not sure you can really see the numbers, but the bold box, the bold outlined box, right? So what I did was, this is an interactive sheet, so we could kind of go down the list, and this is like sequential me, of saying, okay, yes, we agree to this cut, then I could, I could highlight the line, right? And say, okay, these cuts are gonna stay. And then when you start deliberating the cuts that you're not sure you want them to stay, this sheet will self-calculate. So I just want to kind of talk about the bold section first real quickly. So this is a summary of the total budget right now, the $43,996,929. The year-over-year amount is up $2,384,468. So that's where you're getting the 5.73. The line below it comes directly from the taxation sheets, the impact of taxation. And so that's where the 7.23. So two different numbers here, right? The 5.73 is actually the year-over-year expenditure increase. The 7.23 is kind of like what we're saying, what amount more do we need out of taxation? What percent more? So that's the 7.23. I'm just going to spread it out a little further. For out of the $2,368,816, it's got the individual town amounts, the increases on each individual town. It's got the expected increase to the mill rate. It then actually has the percent of increase on each mill rate. I just took the two sheets that are in the book, and I tried to consolidate it into one. Then I added the line about the tax impact. So it's all self-calculating. So in order to kind of get to your point, I am going to hold my breath and delete these. And so if you look at pulling, like if right now, what I did is I just erased all position cuts, right? No positions in district, whether filled, not filled. If none of them were due, it would be an 8.36 increase, 10.57 for the taxation, and then you can see the individual impact to each town. So Durham's now at 426 annual, 341 for Freeport, Pownell 486. It's not doing the math for you to say one to the other because it isn't really how I built the sheet, but what it was to try to be reactive. So within your Q&A book, we have that taxation sheet. But what I can quickly do is undo, so I don't have to hold my breath any longer. So where we're at right now with the 5.73, Durham's 311, Freeport's 224, and Pownell is 349. Now you really want me to be that reactive? Okay.
Can I ask you a question about that final line that we're the 311, 224?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
That's the median. That's the median based on what you located for us earlier this evening.
So
right?
I reached out to the assessors in each one of the communities and asked for the median tax rate for the 24-25 year, which was the last tax bills that went out. And so this information actually comes from them. So now we're all gonna watch Kelly be nervous as she does a little copy and pasting here. And then we're going to go back up and we're going to delete all the positions again because Michelle made me do this. So the difference for Durham is $115, Freeport $117, Pownell $137. Then we're going to format because it's driving me crazy. Okay, so I'm done at the mic for now, but I just wanted you to know that I had built the sheet to try and address these types of questions. But for me, I'm kind of the sequential person of not more like, what don't you want to cut? It's more like, what do you, like, for me, I built the sheet based on like, what do you want? Oh, no, Michelle, look what I'm doing. Okay, hang on. So anyway, so my thought is that if we could, and you're the board, so you do what you want. But my thought is if we kind of we sequentially put them in this order, because based upon what we heard at the last meeting, there were a certain amount of cuts that we were willing as a board to consider. And so I had kind of built it based on that. And I just need to put my formula back in, my formatting back in, because, well, it's there, but I took the formatting out because I do. I really do.
Hey, Kelly, while you're up there, could you do one calculation live just to check my math? Because if my math is wrong, I'm going to shut up. But if it's correct, then I will continue to talk, which I'm sure everyone will be excited about. Could you just see what it would be if we added one full-time teacher back in at 102,000? Just choose one.
Well, basically, these last 4 lines total to 102, right? So you want me to take all of these and just leave 102,000 in it? No, don't look at the positions, just 102,000. Oh, right.
Oh, that's true.
Okay.
That's true. Yeah.
Right, because we're doing the opposite. Let's take these out. No, we're doing it at the bottom because I'm not messing up my sheet. Not messing up my sheet.
No, sorry. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, adding one back, and I know that's reverse how you think about it, but that's how I think about it. And
this is adding
my brain
one
is
back.
small.
It's taking 102,000 away.
My brain is as small as Danielle's brain,
Okay,
and
so
Danielle's
here,
brain is
do we want to? We got to do it in 102 line. Okay, we did it in
Okay.
102 line.
Okay. Just for anybody keeping track at home, the math that I did on my spreadsheet is accurate.
There you go. I haven't had a chance to look at it because it hadn't come in.
No.
yet
That's
before
why
started
that's why I
projecting.
wanted to check it. Yeah. Thank you for doing that. That's really helpful.
Thank you so much, Kelly. That's what I've been hoping to see.
Okay, it's going back.
All right. Yes.
Thank you, Kelly. That was incredibly helpful. So just to be clear, to add that one position back was $11 to the average, to the median household in Durham and Pownell. And then was it a little bit less in Freeport? Oh, no. 11.
13 in Pownell.
13 in Pownell and 11 in Durham.
11, 11, and 13.
Okay. So now we've figured out the logistics of how to do math. So now we need to actually decide on what we want to discuss, and sort of philosophically look at what was presented, and as a board, do we feel like any of those we would prefer to keep?
Well, I'm not actually a taxpayer because I don't own a house here, but I will just share that I have paid $11 on one single Starbucks drink before. So, like, if anyone would like that kind of context, like, and that's, I don't even want to talk about it, but like, yeah, I would share.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's always that, like, it's one pizza a month kind of discussion, right? I'm very cognizant of that's $11 on top of, an almost 8% tax increase, or 7, 6, and 4. And also cognizant that this is just the school budget, right? So this doesn't include the county, this doesn't include your town, it doesn't include your roads, it doesn't include your fire departments. All of those things are incremental dollars on top of all of those things, because we all know that the cost of everything has gone up. So, we can't expect other budgets will offset some of this increase. So I'm cognizant to respect that people, may be challenged. We've heard some feedback from folks around increases, being in line with inflation, or we've heard, previously we weren't paying in line with inflation, but now our increases are in advance of inflation and we're sort of back paying. And there's a lot of pieces that go into, what is reasonable to expect of our taxpayers, but also, to Kara's point, be able to deliver on our mission of meeting the needs of our kids.
I just have a question. I can't remember when voting for the budget, will they just see the percent increased? Or like, will they see any sort of dollar amount or not? Like, because, I mean, obviously it took us so much to understand, okay, this is actually what it would look like based on a median value. Is a voter going to see a dollar amount? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the other thing. It's, you know, and we talked about this a little last time, is if we are going to go with a higher increase, how is there any way to think about strategic communications so people understand what it actually looks like? Or is that just not in our purview?
I mean, we always try. We do our best. I mean, that's one of the reasons we actually include it in our budget documents. I don't think that's always there in everybody's budget documents. Like, what is the tax impact? It's also an estimate, so that makes it challenging, right? So, yeah, we can do our best to try and help folks understand what it means to them. Because, like, you know, we picked the median, but obviously there's people above that and there's people below that because that's how the math works. So, yeah, I mean, that's a problem for another day. How do we educate around what we're asking for?
I just think it's helpful, though, to think about it in terms of what we're voting on, because it might be like, oh, wow, that doesn't seem like much, but to a voter it might.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, because none of us, until Kelly told us, really knew what the median value was, so we didn't really know so if we didn't know it and we're pretty informed, to your point, you know, typical taxpayers in the town won't know it, you know, what the median value, I mean, they may know what their home is assessed at, in which case they could figure it out based on what we've given them in terms of what their increase would be. But, yeah.
I would say that just in my experience with the percent increase, it is something that the residents do focus on. So, I mean, I heard a lot last year, maybe other people heard a lot from Pownell saying over 6% year after year is just not sustainable. So it's not only that we're just like looking at this one year, it's like there's going to be more increases next year. And there's going to be more, you know, and there have been. And also the other just interesting fact in our information, we have the amount of our budget historical, it's on page 25 in the Q&A, historical state subsidy percentage of our budget. And it has gone down from we used to get 22% of our budget from state subsidy. And now we get 16.51, and our budget obviously has increased. $20 million. So it's, you know, it's something just to keep in mind that it looks like the pattern is the state subsidy is going to keep decreasing, and so that is going to put more. And then obviously with the federal, we just don't know. And so, you know, it's just hard for me, I think, to think about, oh, it's just $100 or, you know, because like Michelle said, it really piles on, and, you know, it's tough. So yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I really appreciate that, Beth, and I really appreciate you bringing that up. And I guess where I've kind of gotten to just for this year is in terms of just the in terms of the question of, is it 5.73 or is it a little bit north of that? Is I guess the way I've sort of been able to wrap my head around it is knowing that there is going to be financial impact to taxpayers. And I think wanting to look directly in the eye, like, what am I comfortable asking? Like, what am and for what? And I think that's where I think, you know, I guess I would sort of see it the flip of the way you were articulating, Michelle. My colleague Phoebe brought up the $11 Starbucks, and that wouldn't be the way I would think about it. But I think can I look any taxpayer in the district in the eye and say that to keep one teacher, it's worth an average for median household of $11 additional? And for me, I can. And I think that's kind of what the conversation is about, is sort of like, what, at the end of the day, what are we comfortable looking the taxpayers in the eye saying, we know this is going to have an impact, we understand that, and we have balanced that against the impact on education, and taking all of these factors into consideration, taking into consideration the decrease in state subsidy, taking into consideration the changes in property valuation, taking into consideration the increase in the necessary increase in staff salaries, right? It's like taking all of that in consideration. But I think at this point, it's like when I see somebody at Shaw's and they ask me about it, be like, yes, I'm comfortable because I know the dollar amount for the median income. And I feel comfortable with that. And they don't have to like that, but that's where the decision is coming from. And so I think that's kind of, for me, the way I'm framing my thinking this evening is sort of like, what is that, what's that dollar amount and what is that percentage amount where I'm just not comfortable. I'm just not comfortable looking that person in the eye and saying, this is, we've balanced this out and this is necessary.
I agree with you, Colin. I think that's a good way of thinking of it. But I also want to just be aware that there's probably some threshold somewhere where taxpayers are just going to be like, you know what, this is too much pain and we don't want to support this budget. And I don't know where that level is. But I think we just need to be keeping that in mind, that we may be comfortable with it, but there may be people out there, and maybe enough of them, that vote the budget down, that we need to keep that in mind.
I hear what you're saying, Beth, and I respect that. I sent an email out to the board just before the meeting started, so I know some of you may not have had a chance to see it, but I looked back at the new teacher contract that we negotiated last year to remind myself of the percentages that were in it. And before I give those, I just want to say, we agreed to those as a board, and when we agreed to those, I didn't agree to them thinking that we would then cut a bunch of those positions. I agreed to them thinking there's going to be a tax impact to this and taxes are going to go up. So for 24 to 25, so that's last year, right? That's right now. Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right now. Like I'm thinking last year, the budget process, like that's last year in my mind. So last year, I think that was reflected in the I don't want to get it inaccurate, but the 6.48 increase that we had last year. For BA, it was 7%. For MA, 6.5. For PhD, 6.5. Then this year, it's 7% for BA, 6 for MA, 6 for PhD. And for next year, this year's budget, so next year. And then the year after that, 26, 27, 7% for BA, 5.5 for MA, 5.5 for PhD. So I hear that it's not sustainable to have over 6% increases, but I also, we negotiated in good faith, and we decided on these. The board voted on this, and we did so because we felt like we really wanted to attract and retain staff, and that our staff was really deserving of this. And so I guess I feel that we've already made the commitment that year over year these increases are going to happen, and I would hope our community would support it. So I just wanted to remind the board of that aspect of it, because I know it is the biggest part of the budget.
Yeah, obviously we agreed to the collective bargaining agreement with those increases, and I think we even discussed when we were looking at that those were what we needed to do to be competitive and to compensate our amazing staff appropriately. But being the percentages that they limited our ability to do other things. And I think when we look at, trying to balance the needs, keeping our staffing levels in line with the needs, I think I was comfortable approving that, knowing, and maybe I put too much faith in our administrators, but when they ask us for something, I think someone mentioned it earlier, they don't come to us until they really need it. And so when they ask for something, I'm supportive of giving them what they've asked for. And when they tell us they can deliver what we've asked of them, potentially with a few less positions, then I believe them then too. I don't want to just believe them on one or the other. Would we love to have 16 in every class, K to 12? Sure. It's not sustainable. It's not what we've asked for. We have set what we felt are reasonable thresholds in terms of class sizes and, and I think if we can live within our own parameters and do it in a more efficient way, then I think we should feel obligated to do that, right? When we ask for a new position, we tell them if we don't need this position, it's not that once it's in there, it never goes away. If we didn't need it, then we would look to consider reducing it, right? And I think the reason we have been able to get some of the increases we have gotten over the years is we've built some trust about that we only ask for what we need. We're not bare minimum. We set ambitious goals for our schools and for our teachers and our administrators, and we give them the resources to deliver on that. But it goes both ways in my book. So that's why the idea of what is it worth to me for a teacher, I understand that way of looking at it, and I don't disagree. But I don't think it's necessarily my place to say where that is, to say that should be a kindergarten teacher at Pownell, which I know we're not looking to add because there's only 14 of them, or a high school science teacher, right? We have people that work collaboratively to bring that to us. I don't know.
I also don't think that anyone who's spent time in the schools would think that they're being greedy and that they have a lot of extra. The administrators weren't posed the question, I don't think, what fat do you have to trim? Like what's a lot of extra here that you don't need? It was, my understanding is maybe they were given, we don't want to ask the taxpayers to pay more than 5% or 6% in previous years. So you need to decide what you have to cut in order for us to not have to ask the taxpayers to pay more than 5 or 6% more. And I think that those are two different experiences.
Well, I guess that's a question for Jean.
So the question was posed back, and I'll go back to our August time together with our at our retreat, is that we knew subsidy was we're going to be hit, which we were. We knew our enrollment was down. And we looked at, when we were talking to our administrator, he said, look, we leave no rock unturned, including when if you look at the supply line, the area that Kelly had shared earlier, that $76,000 plus, we looked at that. And we had to look at personnel, but not, through the lens of still meeting the needs of kids and looking at enrollment, looking at needs. Where could there be some reductions? And I think we've heard from our team that they looked hard at that, and they looked, for example, some of the elementary cuts they were really looking at that enrollment base for that, looking at the class size policy, and we're well within that range of the threshold at all levels, even with I know we've heard a lot from the middle school, but with reductions at the middle school, they're way below that threshold of 24 for grades 6 to 8, and also looking at the needs of the kids. So that was the direction looking at that, because we knew it was a difficult year when we know we've got to pass a budget. So that was the direction that was given to them. And it was really worked collaboratively. I think the other piece that's important is that for our team, we felt it was important that no school was hit hard, but we looked across the district so that everybody gave a little through this process, but also looking at still back to our priorities that we're still meeting the needs of kids.
I put my yogurt away because it seemed weird to be eating it. I really appreciate everyone's thoughts. I think I hear you, Michelle, about like leaving it to the administrators and trusting them for knowing, what can be cut. And that, I really think about that a lot. I guess what concerns me though is we heard so many very valid concerns about some of those cuts, particularly at the Freeport Middle School and at the ESOL level. And I just know that with the state subsidy decreasing so much, like all school districts are under such pressure to cut the budget because unfortunately the way our system is the burden is now falling on the local taxpayer. And that's a huge system issue that we can't do anything about. And so I don't feel like it's that cut and dry, unfortunately. And I think for the most part, I think it's why, they didn't propose cutting the assistant principals, as we heard today. And I think we all agree that that's not a good idea. But what are the pieces, like Colin was saying, that we feel, that we feel like we can look at the taxpayer in the eye and say, this needs to be added back in. But should we go back to the straw poll about people feeling ready? Like if people feel comfortable? Because I personally don't have a sense if we're leaning that way or not.
Adding positions back?
Yeah, like going north of.
The 573. I mean, and I imagine that's probably a continuum, right? Like I'd add $50, I'd add 200,000, right? I don't know. I think it varies, and I'm not sure how we get to, where people's comfort level are in terms of the dollar amounts. Yeah, Malik.
Yeah, I just want to echo what Anna just said about going back to the straw poll, because I think we can probably talk, but it might be really helpful to know where everyone kind of is in their comfort level of what that increase is going to look like, because I think that can help us guide the conversation that we're going to continue to have.
Yeah, and I guess just piggybacking on Anna's comment too, I think when it comes to thinking about which of these positions we want to add back in, it's almost as if the question is, how much do we trust the administrators? I mean, we're hearing conflicting voices that tell us maybe that the administrators aren't making decisions that are in the best interest of our kids for various reasons, and it does make me, I guess, question how much, why.
Yeah, so is it a numbers game, or is it, because for me, I think it's, I support the budget that was put before us with maybe some small tweaks, but to that point, Kelly, I don't want to get into a second guessing. I mean, we heard a lot of feedback from the middle school about those positions. A lot of that was around the science component, right? And not being able to deliver science at every grade level consistently. I think that they have brought forward a plan to deal with that. I mean, I'm still blown away that they get STEM and science and band and chorus every day. Like I love that they have, figured out a system that gives the access and the opportunity for all of those things, and to be able to prioritize as a school what's important to them and how to make that fit. To me, that was what I was hearing in terms of, the resounding commentary on those cuts. So I'm still supportive of what the request from the administration was for around those. So have you come up with a better straw poll methodology to find out where people are comfortable, Colin?
No, I mean, I think it's, I'm really glad we had this conversation, well, at all, because I think it's really important for us, and I think it's important for, our paying audience here tonight, and also everybody watching the video to sort of understand that, like, that again, we are, the board members are just looking at this through slightly different lenses. And I think I think it's just important to recognize that. And it's not that there's one logic to how to make this decision. It's like there are different logics of how we're going to arrive there. And that we're not necessarily all going to agree on which logic we should use. My hope would be that we would have a conversation where, I suppose a compromise is reached that respects each of those approaches. I think the only other thing I would say is I guess I'm uncomfortable with an idea that if the board questions one of the cuts, that we are not trusting our administrators. I don't think that's fair at all. And I think we respectfully disagree with each other all the time. And I respectfully have disagreed with Jean on multiple occasions in the past, as I will in the future, Jean.
I thought he was going to say today.
And that's right. That's right and good and joyful. Like that's the way it should be. And I don't feel that it's appropriate to create a situation where, if we, by taking all the information in, believe, for example, that the ESOL position should not be cut, that therefore I don't trust Jean. Like I don't think that's fair, because that's not true. Like I trust Jean on thousands and millions of things. It's just not that particular thing. I don't agree. And I think that's okay. And I don't think it, and I really don't want, I really would encourage us as a board and really encourage us as a public to not see it that way, to see it if we're disagreeing with a cut that we don't trust our administrators and we don't trust the hard work that they've done. I just don't think that's appropriate.
I agree with that. Kara.
Thank you for saying that, Colin. I absolutely agree with that as well. That's how I'm feeling. And I lost what I was going to say next, but I think I'm wondering if we could just go ahead and look at page 32 of the packet. Yeah, but I'm wondering if we could look at page 32 with the colored lines. Okay, yes. I'm just going to say, how would the board feel if we went to that blue line where we kept the FHS English 0.5 FTE teacher and okay, below the blue line. So the blue line, that is right. Okay. Okay. So okay. Then I'm just gonna say the one above the blue line, including the English 0.5 FTE teacher down to the orange line. Like if we were to put those back in to the budget.
How many full-time equivalent would that be roughly?
And what would that percentage be, and how would
I used up
people
my
feel
math
about
ability
that?
earlier in the day.
So you want to stop, because these sheets mirror each other. So you want to stop at the Spanish but leave the English. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm suggesting, that we start there. And I'd also, I mean, I'd like to see all of these saved, but I'm just going to start with a kind of a middle ground and see how the board feels about that. And if we, I don't know if that's a straw poll or if that's just further discussion.
So is that inclusive? So can I just ask, is that making the ESOL position a 0.8, or is that leaving the ESOL position as a whole, as one FTE?
Right now, leaving it as one FTE.
Okay.
And go from there.
So that'll tell me to zero out all of these reductions, starting at the English and down to the second. So that puts it at 6.47 year over year and 8.16 on taxation. And then you can see the down below the proposed changes.
Can I just give some numbers to go along with that? So I did some calculations that were, I didn't have that median, that's super helpful, but I was doing some ranges between 300 and 700 for what happens if we add in one full-time, add two full-time, three full-time equivalent. And I think at that range, I have a 6.45 to compare it to. The proposed difference for Durham, the difference from the proposed for Durham would be $32. For Pownell, it'd be 38, and for Freeport, it'd be 32. And for a difference between a 300 and a 700, sort of ranges from about, for Durham, it's quite dramatic. For a $300,000 property, it's around 51.37. And if it's a $700,000 property, the difference would be $119. So I think it's important to note those ranges as well. That I think the median's helpful, but I think it's also important to look at the other.
Kara, can I ask, are you specifically looking at those positions? Like, did you stop, or were you just looking at the FTE number?
I was looking at those positions in particular. I'd be willing to entertain adding DSS educators back in, but I figured I'd start here.
Yeah, I don't know. That feels like a lot.
Yep. So I think for me personally, I'm really just feeling like adding the ESOL teacher to the 0.8 and leave it at that.
I feel similarly to you, Beth. I think that might be a fair, especially when you look at page 7 in our questions Q&A. And in the current year, we have a 0.1, a full-time teacher shared between DCS and MSS for a total of 14 students. And this year, they're proposing to bring that down to a half-time teacher for 12 students at MSS. And that seems like a pretty big jump down for the same number or a similar number of students.
For me, that was that is one that I could definitely get comfortable with. As the numbers get smaller, we see this in Pownell all the time. It's not always about the numbers of kids. It's about, like, how do you get to this many buildings? How do you be visible on a consistent basis when you have to be in that many buildings? And to me, I also appreciate that that has the buy-in of the team. And I also know how difficult it has been for the district to find half-time positions. So if we go from a full to a half and have to replace a half-time position, that's oftentimes very challenging. And I imagine ESOL teachers are, in high demand, and there's probably not a ton of them. So if our team is comfortable with this, the 0.8, I can get comfortable with that too. Malik?
Yeah, I just, I feel really comfortable with what Kara proposed with keeping those, let that line 25 to 31. In the budget, taking that line 30 out, Kelly. Just based on the feedback that we've heard from the community about those positions specifically, and also feedback specifically from the teachers, and the teachers that those cuts would impact. My comfort level is there at that 6.47, which also is, I think if I'm remembering correctly, right where we were last year with our increase. Okay, yeah, check me, Beth.
Our historian.
Yeah.
So I feel like I looked at this completely different. When we ended the meeting last week, I looked at it as everybody was good with, the majority were good with all of the DCS and the MSS teachers going, right? And the focus was primarily on the middle school in Freeport and also the ESOL teacher. So I don't look at it as a money thing, as much as, I guess, in my mind, when I look at the presentation, like, I feel like I have to trust what Paige says, right? And I know we're going back to the trust thing, but I'm just saying that I look at that schedule. I mean, I asked the question about the DCS schedule, right? Because I've lived that schedule. I understand that schedule. It worked, which to me is similar to how that schedule could work also at the Freeport Middle School. And I guess I'd like to hear more, like, from the board, the concern about, and I'm not saying I want to cut the positions. I'm just saying I guess, do we feel that the kids are not in Freeport if we lose that science teacher, and I hate calling it the science teacher, but if we lose that role, do we think the kids are really going to, the education is going to change that much? Is that a fair question? I mean, is that, what are we, like, what is our biggest concern when it comes to that? I'll be 100% honest. I think the ESOL should stay at a 1. I 100% think that the work that is being done, I don't think we should decrease that. I don't think we should risk losing somebody that's brought so much and has expertise in doing what she has been doing. I think she covers a ton of stuff, including, I hear from my own kid all about the leadership stuff that she does. And I think that's important stuff that we need to talk about. So that position, I would love to keep at a full-time position, to be quite honest. But I guess that's just my question is, what are we afraid the kids are going to lose if those positions change around?
I think for me, a lot of it, I haven't fully decided about the science role, but a lot of the 0.25s and the 0.5 in math and ELL at the middle school was that we heard so much about losing those small roles would be significant in terms of differentiation in the classroom and scaffolding and just really important support roles that were very significant given the high needs right now at the middle school. So that was my takeaway from that. I mean, I appreciated what was presented as the wellness 2 teacher was interested in teaching science, and that seemed like a creative solution and they could make that work. Was it like what we all dreamed of? No, but it seemed like that could be somewhat feasible. I guess more feasible than it seemed to lose the supportive roles.
That, for me, when I looked at the middle school, that was the part that I really wasn't sure of. I think the shifting for the unified arts into the science and the wellness and I think that is a reasonable solution based on the numbers that they have and the class sizes it would create. My question was about those 0.25s, which are not our TI positions, correct? They are regular ed positions, but they are doing sort of what appears to be maybe quasi-RTI work. Is that a fair assessment? Right? They're doing some more specialized support stuff.
And they have some goals. Paige could address that better.
So,
But it's not officially RTI.
right, yes. Yeah, no, I understand that. I mean, and my understanding is the whole MTSS model is to avoid having to go to RTI, right? I mean, that's the idea, right? To scaffold it up so that they don't need to get pulled out and do other supports. So, I mean, that was the part for me that I kind of struggled with. The position, the full-time one, I think they have a good plan and rationale for that. But the small pieces that they have made work with what they've needed, that was where I questioned.
I am with you, Michelle. I also, I brought up the question earlier. And I also want to point out, if we added back in 0.75, it appears on this page 32 spreadsheet, that we could still come in under 6%.
Right.
And that might be.
I think it's a full position.
Okay, so that's.
Because it's a quarter and a half.
Right, that's true. That would equal one full-time position.
Right.
And we would still come in at under 6%, which might be something that taxpayers could swallow.
And I also, and when we're looking at the idea of sharing the burden and the everybody looking to do what they can, I think that that feels better to me, that we've, it feels equitable to me to look at it that way across the district. Obviously, Panel doesn't have extra teachers, and Mass Landing wasn't a recommendation. I would just be hesitant to add back all the positions at one school and not elsewhere. I mean, I know we could add them all back. That is an option. I do like the idea of staying under 6. Right, and I'm okay with that. I feel like, the proposal was two full FTEs. If we left, if we just pulled one FTE from the middle school, and honestly, I'm fine leaving it up to Jean and the team at the middle school to decide where is that best in those quarter pieces. Is that best as a? I mean, lights all went out. Luckily, it was the IT guy, so we didn't. So, okay, we're trying to understand the chart. So if we're looking at page 32, okay, so I think I understand it now. So
that would be
if
just
we
a
cut
half-time.
up, if we approved the recommendations down through FMS science, then we're at 6.1. 5.98 would mean we'd have to get rid of a half-time position somewhere. Okay.
And one thing I did want to add, Michelle, is because some of these numbers are cuspy in terms of class size, particularly at DCS and I think also maybe at MLS, if they cross the threshold, like we find out that the projected enrollment is actually a lot more, then what would happen? Like would the board meet again to approve if another teacher is hired or?
So that's a good point. So historically, they have done a variety of things where they've had classes at a cusp level. Like we've had in the summer, we've added a position based on, because we weren't sure. So we put it in reserve and then they came, so we added it in. We do have reserve accounts that allow us some flexibility in those scenarios. So if we look at our reserves, 13 in the handbook. Last year we put $190,000 into our regular instruction reserve, and we used just shy of 70,000. So there's still $120,000 in our Article 1 regular instruction reserve. So if any of our schools felt like they were at a point where they actually needed to add a full-time position, we could access the funds through the reserve account. And similarly with special ed, we added 450 and we only spent 115. So if there was a spike beyond what we had expected in that population, we'd have access there as well. The other thing we're doing is putting those Title I funds in there of another 300. So we're gonna, the expectation is our Article 1 reserve will be sitting at 416,000. Obviously the point of putting the Title I in there is we're a little concerned about that coming through. If we got to a point where we were confident that those were going to continue as they always did, then those funds are also available for teaching positions as well to fund needs.
So I have to agree with Anna and with Danielle on their thinking about the ESOL position and those partial math and ELA positions at FMS. Like that's similar to my thinking behind why we would keep those, and I would like to see us keep those. The ESOL position, I agree. I support keeping it at a full-time position. I'm kind of wondering if it's a 0.8 position, if the person's really going to do their job differently. Like, would that mean they're not in the building as much? Or I feel like it's asking somebody to take a pay cut, basically, and I don't feel comfortable with that. And given everything we heard about the ESOL position, I think it's so important to the district. And the same for the things that we heard about the partial positions in math and ELA at the middle school. I would also like to see us keep the science teacher, and I get what you're saying, Michelle, about positions all at one school. But I think my concern is really the administrative team at FMS being new to the district, and then also newer to the assistant principal role. And I think that they've done an amazing job, but I'm really concerned that given the stress of like Amy being out on extended leave and needing a long-term sub replacement for the assistant principal, and Paige being newer to the administrator role, that's just an added stress of redoing the schedule on top of everything that they're already dealing with. And I totally trust, when they're bringing us these options and saying, we can do this, like they're saying they can do it. I think they can do it. Is it ideal? I don't think it is ideal, because I don't want that additional stress layered on top of all the other things that, they are juggling and having to do at the middle school level. So I think for me, that's how I'm thinking about it, and especially in keeping those positions is, can we do it? Yes. Should we do it? I don't think we should get rid of them.
Yeah, I would agree with what Maura said. And to further answer your question, Danielle, I think my concern with eliminating the wellness class is that it's a class that we've had for a reason, and we've valued that class in the past, and I don't think that the value of that class has gone away. So, and it's a class that has a full year curriculum, and adding that to the other classes that also have their full year curriculums, I just don't see how that would really retain the education that is to be provided in that class. And as far as the other part-time positions, I feel like we've heard about the benefits of having the more people in the building is is helpful. And we heard that from Julie today. I know that's a different level, but by having the assistant principal in place, that allowed the other teachers to really do their jobs, and just having more people in the building to share the load of all the other pieces, all the hidden pieces of their jobs every day, I think is hugely beneficial.
I feel like I haven't looked this way in a while. Don't get burned out on your voter.
I'm thinking hard about, Daniel, your question, and I think a couple of things. I think I will own personally as an educator that I think asking more of existing educators and asking them to either continue to provide the level of education that is desired, or even to improve it with fewer resources, that I'll own that I just don't buy that, and that's not numbersy. Like, that's just knowing that, again, as someone said, I also trust when Paige stands up and says, like, we'll figure it out. Like, I believe that they will work their damnedest to figure it out. Do I believe that the education, really at the end of the day, the education will be the same or better? I do not. I believe it will be worse. And I think that's a little bit of the test that I'm doing on it. I'll also own that I think it also goes a little to, like, it's not exactly quantitative and qualitative, but it is difficult that we have heard so much from certain communities or about certain positions, and we just have that information. We have that data. We have that data. We have those experiences. We have those voices. We have those feelings, and so I'm very aware that I haven't heard anyone from the public speak to the DCS position. And just to be very clear, I don't believe that that's because that is less valuable, or or even necessarily that it's a more logical cut. I don't know why we haven't heard. But I know those voices and that information are not in my head. And so I don't have them to work with. I have to kind of imagine it. I have to be like, well, and I think that's hard. So I think I'll own that as well. And so I guess I'm trying to just say that I'm human, and I'm sort of like owning like the fallibility of that, but also that that is part of the calculus, as much as the beautiful numbers that I did in my spreadsheet are also part of it.
Mm-hmm. Can I ask Paige, like, if you take the science teacher out of it, or that role right there, adding back the 0.25 and the 0.75, right, the math and the ELA, I'm assuming that gives us smaller class sizes, even more so than what, if we look at option 2? Does it kind of decrease those numbers even more?
Yes, in ELA and math.
For all grades or just certain grades?
Yes, because those are across the 3 grades.
Okay.
So if we have 19 now, with these 2 cuts, what are the current class sizes at the middle school for ELA? Millions. I mean, one thing we did hear from feedback is...
I think it's on one of our charts.
Oh, we have a chart?
Previously.
There's so many charts.
I
mean, one thing we did hear is that...
I'd have to dig too. It was long. It's the current.
Of which one? The handbook.
No, it was like... Yeah.
Over here.
Yeah, that just tells us the number of teachers. That's RTI.
So
staffing right here. Let's see. Does she do? Oh, that's
Yeah, that just tells us. Well, I mean, I'm just hesitant to look at the numbers on here, right? Because this is,
But I
it
can-
depends on the schedule, right? Like Will
Yes.
said that there is not 24 kids in that class because when they're breaking it down,
Right.
they're smaller based on the schedule, right?
Right.
So I'm just curious how many kids are in seats in classrooms. I mean, I'm sure it
varies greatly.
Because
So
one
it
of the
can
things
be
we
a
did here,
range from like a class of 13 up to a class of like 18, 19. It depends on the grade level. It depends how the schedules flow
Yeah.
and what's offered at each. Remember that like very first time I presented where I was doing that like matrix of all that's happening
Yes.
currently? That's, if I open Power School and I just look at a teacher's schedule, say, it can vary too, depending on where we pull kids or what's going on.
right?
So
Okay.
it's always a range. Yeah.
Okay, so when we're looking at, yeah, so that's something we have to keep in mind. And something, thank you, Paige. She's like, I want to go home. One,
just
yeah.
I mean, I'm looking at the average numbers on page 10, and they seem extremely reasonable with the cuts that they've proposed. But again, I just want to go back to that differentiated learning piece, and I just want to know, it seems to me like it would be easier to differentiate and have those extra classes for those kids that struggle or on the other end if we had those little pieces added back in.
The 0.25s.
So
The
I'm
variety.
just trying to point out that maybe average numbers don't tell the whole story.
Right. Yeah, no, I think that was what I was trying to say, but clearly not clearly. So. All right. I think we need to sort of come up with a way to approach this. Jen volunteered to stay until we were done to put lamps back. She didn't realize we were going to be here forever. So I feel like I'm hearing some support on the ESOL position. Do we want to just sort of take that and talk about that and not to say someone can't change their mind later, but put that to bed in terms of where we'd like to see that in the final budget? Is anyone supportive of keeping it at the 0.5? Okay, we've made progress. So now it becomes, is it 0.8 or do we maintain the one full-time position? Yeah.
It was my understanding that, well, and with the comments that were given from the teachers, that they're on board with the 0.8. So that was the reason why I suggested 0.8 versus the full one.
Yeah, what I don't know is it they could do with 0.8. The preference would be to keep it, but they could make 0.8 work, or is their preference 0.8? Do we know that? I don't know. Yeah. So, yeah, we.
I'm going to guess their preference is to keep it.
The full position.
I would be supportive of
maintaining
yeah,
that.
the full time too. I just thought the 0.8 was what they wanted.
Okay. Anyone?
I am all for yes as well. I just want to point out that, we're saying at Moore Street and Mass Landing, we're going to go down teachers, and suddenly they're going to go, a kindergarten teacher is going to go from having 15 students to 19 students. So it's just important to think about where we're making these choices, and like really, to some point, we do need to look a little bit at the numbers, and because that population has gone down, and I never thought I would be saying that. Like, I've been working with the New Manor community for a long time, but it's just important to think about.
Yeah, I mean that's the slippery slope of debating specific positions and what's more important than another position. For me, how I kind of think about the ESOL one, when there's only a very small number for the whole district that cover a large area, I feel like I can get comfortable because it's hard to cut pieces of a very small, percentage of the total hours that we have for that position. I totally hear what you're saying though, around the 0.8 versus the full. I could go either way on that one. if we felt like we could do a full, but if we brought it to 0.8, then we'd feel more comfortable adding in one of the other 0.25s to get us to roughly the same spot, right? Like it's this awful point where you get to like horse trading positions, which is not a great place to be because they all have value and roles to play in the district. And so what's the pleasure of the board? The ESOL. So a full position, straw poll on a full position. Okay. Well, we've made one decision. It's 10 o'clock. Well done, guys. Okay.
Somebody can go home.
Yeah, right? Yeah. Okay. So now I think sort of the more challenging part is the other positions. My preference would be to stick with where we were on the sheet with that adjustment for the ESOL. I'm feeling that there are others who feel strongly that we may want to look to add back some of those. Yeah.
I just want to mention, because I looked up to double check Malik's question around the increase that we had last year, and gosh, now I can't find it, of course. Oh, there it is. And just wanted to say that even though it matches the year-over-year operating increase, that the taxation, the way it breaks down taxation-wise is a little bit different, and it's definitely
not for the good.
Not for the good. So, just FYI.
Okay. So,
can I just ask a question,
yeah.
Kelly? So the very bottom white line, those 5s and 7s, that's what we've put back in, right? For the median. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
So maybe I guess we can take a straw poll to see. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's 10 o'clock. I think we kind of need to make a decision whether we're going to go forward thinking about it in terms of positions or thinking about it in terms of percentages.
Yeah.
Or at least have some sort of understanding of kind of like what our absolute upper limit is. Like, we're just not comfortable going above, losing my ability to understand numbers on the screen, but like we're not comfortable going above 6.5, or we're not comfortable going above 6.15, or whatever it is. But I think we kind of need to make a decision like how we're going to approach that. And I know that is what you were trying to do, but just to put not too fine a point on it.
Yes. Yeah. So, for me, I look at both the percentage and then I look at the tax impact of it. I don't feel comfortable with a number starting with an 8 for a tax impact for the school alone budget. For me, that doesn't feel right. But I don't know. I haven't backed in to see what that looks like as a total increase number, but it's not far above that. Well, no, that's the town. That's the so she was pointing at the blue line. Well, that's the total taxation for the district. That's not broken down by any of the towns.
Oh, you meant just, okay, sorry.
So I wouldn't want any of the towns to be above the 8. And if the whole district is 8.01, I think that math would work that one, if not two of the towns would be above 8 to get that. Is that fair? And that's the blue line.
Could I propose that we do a straw poll about keeping everything from the FMS science teacher down? And then if that fails, then then I guess we can address that. But then, maybe one on the part-time positions, because it seems like those are the pieces people might be feeling differently about. Yeah. And then versus just the ESOL, like those three scenarios.
So I think take, down, off, and this would be more a straw poll.
Just for comparison's sake, what would it look like if we took away the science position but left the part-time positions?
It would be the same because it all adds up to one full-time position.
But the science position is 1, and then those other ones are 1.
Yeah.
So that'd be 2.
Instead of 3.
Instead of.
Like take the science.
Oh, leave the science. Okay.
Take it out. In other words,
So
we're not
basically-
going to fund the science position, or what we're calling
Got
the
it.
science, the 1 full-time, and we would add back in the little pieces that add up to 1.
Yep. So that should be the first straw poll, is what you're saying, Kelly.
Well, I think Maura was going above and was going to go down if that failed, right?
Yeah, I just wanted, since she's got the capability to quickly do the math, I just wanted to kind of see what the
what it looked
numbers,
like.
yeah.
Okay.
Having the 1 full-time cut versus keeping the 2 full-time cuts.
Stupid 8.
Can I say a positive thing?
Yes.
I think we're getting close.
You do?
I do. I think we're getting in the range. We're within the kind of error bar. Right, everybody? Okay.
Yeah. So, are we doing the straw poll on Maura's request, which was basically add back the Freeport Middle, or are we doing the add back 1 of the 2 Freeport Middle FTEs? Okay, so both. Add back both. So remove the 1. Yep, there we go. All right, so a straw poll on that. Yeah, so if you're supportive of what's on the board. So 1, 2, 3. And then you're looking at me. Are you good, Candy? So that would add back both Freeport Middle School positions. So we wouldn't cut any positions from Freeport Middle School, right? I'm just making sure. I'm looking for understanding from Candy. You're good with that? Okay. Okay. Opposed to that? Yeah.
I'm just curious about some other positions rather than all from Freeport Middle.
Yeah. Yep. No, I agree. Yeah. Okay. So we're 5-5.
Can we go to the part? Can we see if we can agree on the part-time position?
Yes. We've gotten nowhere. We're 5-5.
That's equal, right? Because it's 1 from Pownell, 1 from Durham in terms of the count of the votes, even though it's a straw poll.
It's Pownell's the only one that has the lesser votes.
Oh, right.
So if
okay.
the Pownell, the 2 Pownells are
the 2
split.
Pownells cancel each
Yes.
other out.
Yeah. Not that you're lesser.
Well, we have a little bit over 1.
You're a
full vote together.
You guys are a super vote together. So as long as they were split, then it's an even vote. Okay. So I don't feel like anybody who was a no on that feels like we should be adding back additional positions above and beyond that, correct? Okay. You wouldn't be in favor of adding back both those plus more?
No, I think where I was coming from was I wasn't sure. I feel like I do not want to cut any of the part-time positions at Freeport Middle School, but
Okay.
it's still a question in my mind of whether we add a science educator back or a different position.
Okay, so basically, instead of the 2 recommended, you're in favor of 1.
Right now, yes.
1 recommended. Okay. Okay. So why don't we do a straw poll on that? So She's already done it. No, have you? Yes. One position back. Okay. So this is a one position cut instead of the recommended 2 at Freeport Middle School.
It's putting the fractional positions back in.
Right. Right. So you could either add the science or the fractional. It doesn't matter. The math is the same. Yeah. So remind me the fractional people. Is it actually, how many people is it?
Three separate people. There's a 0.5, there's a 0.25, and there's a 0.25. 3 separate human beings.
3 separate human beings. Okay. Okay. Okay, so who would be comfortable with this? Adding back one of the positions.
Does that mean like?
She did it. She added back the science because it's easier than adding back the other 4, but it's the math is the same, right? Right, which means we.
We can do it. Well, no, this, yeah, okay. This, I thought we were trying to preserve the part-time positions, which would mean we would need to reduce the science.
Correct.
Yes.
Where we had it.
Yeah, there you go. You're right. So.
But just a little clarity. We're talking about sort of greater than or equal to, right? We're not talking, in other words, if we say, yes, we're supportive of 1, we're saying.
But you could be convinced for more.
Exactly. Okay. Just to be clear, it's not saying like, I want to talk about something lower than that. It's sort of saying that or above it. Greater than or equal to.
Okay, so so a yes vote is that you are comfortable with greater than or equal to that increase, percentage increase. Okay. No? I would like to see it a little bit lower than that. I was thinking like half of the full, but I could be persuaded on the part-time positions to keep them all. I think they provide some flexibility. I also do think we have a reserve that could meet the same need that we're talking about, but if we felt like it wasn't meeting the needs that we wanted them to, and I guess my preference would be to go that route, but I could get comfortable with that, so. All right. So are we done? It kind of feels anticlimactic. What else did we need to?
Well, we still don't know
Yep.
about the science, if there was one more position you wanted to add.
Yeah, Anna had some thoughts about maybe not the science, but something else, perhaps.
I don't know, honestly. I'm getting tired. I guess I just heard a lot about how they were going to address that. But I'm also remembering now with those test scores that I'd emailed the board about that science was one of the biggest low areas of achievement for our schools. I don't know. I'm waffling.
So I think for me, what's important is that they are not reducing the amount of science time based on what they've said to us. So I'm not sure. What I heard was science was also important to them and that they have a plan to keep that protected. And honestly, I'm not sure how they have enough time for all of those things, in their schedule. I'm I'm impressed that they have as much science and STEM time, even with this reduced position, as they do. Because I don't think that's typical to have STEM and science every day, 6, 7, and 8 in the middle schools in general. So I applaud them for making that work.
I guess I feel like we're still undecided because of the tie on the science. And we have a board member absent, so I don't know like what that means would happen next week.
Cheyenne's watching from home and just wants to send us a quick text for her.
I think I also go back to the fact that we're asking for some significant cuts from all of the schools. And I think that's what's bothering me about the science position is like, especially the class size at Moore Street School in some 2 of the grades, at MLS at 1 of the grades, and at DCS, even though it'll be divided, they'll be creative about it. But it just, I guess I can't get over thinking about it seeming a little bit unequitable across the different schools, and that's bothering me.
Yeah, I guess I feel that way too, and especially considering that, you know, they've kind of presented to us a plan that shows that class averages are going to be pretty reasonable with the, they're going to try to meet the needs of the science curriculum and content. And so I guess that's why I'm supporting letting the retirement stay out of the picture. But I am concerned about the differentiation. And that's why I want to see those little pieces added back in. But I look at the numbers that Paige presented us, and they're giving us a plan to meet the needs of the kids, to keep the class sizes low, and teach science and STEM. And so I have to believe that on some level that they're going to be able to do it. And if they can't, well, we do have a reserve account. We can, tap into that if we need to.
So essentially, we'd be looking at it like it's a wellness teacher, because that's the teacher that would be pulled to fill those needs, right?
Right, because we would maintain 3 science teachers.
Right. And so I guess that's a question for the board. Are you all comfortable with there not being that wellness class?
So there is a wellness class.
There are 2 wellness classes, right? And they cover different.
So I guess I'm curious how the other, because there's only, I don't even think they have a wellness class. I think it's gym.
I asked.
Was that in the thing?
Yes. So we now have a wellness and a PE, because I thought it was 1
Oh, right,
and 2.
because that was what we had added.
There is 2, but in the past, I guess I looked at it like.
But this was gym, wellness 1, and so there's 3.
Actually, I'm not sure. I feel like wellness 1 is a PE class. Is that? Yes. And wellness 2 is the other wellness.
Is the other wellness.
At the Freeport Middle School. So like Durham.
Yeah, except we call it. But I guess I was thinking, what if they rotated similar to how Durham does, right? So then you have the 6 classes, right, that you rotate through, because every now and then, I don't know if he disappeared.
He's sleeping in the stacks.
Because sometimes I think guidance is in there too, if I remember correctly, right? Like every now and then you might have some guidance classes. And so
I think they do that in advisory.
All right, maybe that is. But I don't know. Anyways, I don't, could that be a rotation to where, again, so Durham is doing it every 6 weeks. You get a different special, whatever we want to call it these days. And then is that how you would do it? You could potentially do it at Freeport Middle, so every 6 weeks you're changing. So you're still maybe going to be able to get wellness. It just might be from a different teacher.
Yes, we haven't gotten that deep into how we're going to do all of these things. It's more about a possibility of how you could address it. So 6th grade, they rotate through 6 weeks of UAs. So you could do that, the unified arts. That's why I'm not really sure where it's all going to land. It will totally depend on what's happening right now. But the way that we proposed it was, one thought was, we haven't always had it. And so we have sometimes had it as part of like what we call PE, wellness PE. And so one thought was, could we get creative if we're going to have science and STEM every single day, which is like an increase in that? Could we blend in some of those standards into that area?
Right, because that's really what's taking up the time is
right.
Not necessarily science, which I think people feel strongly to keep every day, but science and STEM, something has to give. And
all of these things have been developed because of needs of students and things that have been specific to buildings. Like Will and I have been talking, each principal curates the way they approach all of these positions, right? So those small positions evolved over time. They haven't always been like more of like, it's not an RTI position, but what we keep calling differentiation, that's evolved, right? Different philosophies have changed over the course of education too. Should you pull kids and put them in a classroom as like a different experience? Some people say yes, some people don't. Depends on the cohort and the needs of the students and how we provide the supports for them. So year to year, some of those positions were added. That year we had that big cluster of students where there was like 130 in a class. And so some of them are sort of remnants and they've evolved over the time. And prioritizing, ELA and math, that's why they fell in those ranges. But STEM and social studies and science always had a bigger, number of students that they serviced or had. But it just depends.
Yeah, that's what makes what we're talking about very difficult, right? Because we don't know what will be there next year. So.
I guess then I'm sort of wondering, is the way we're thinking about it the right way to think about it? Now that she's mentioning, well, sometimes the way that we think about these sorts of things has evolved. I guess I'd like to. I just want to have a valid reason for wanting these positions. You know what I'm saying?
Say that one more time.
I want to have this, if we're going to add these little 0.2, 0.3, 0.5 positions back in, and we're doing, and I'm thinking about it because it seems like it would be a good way to support RTI or differentiation or whatever you want to call it. Is that like grounded in the way things are actually done in the school?
Right, to override the recommendation to not move them forward.
I just wanted to speak to using the reserve account. I just feel if we had a full-time position, I know we've run into this in the past, like it's really hard to hire somebody late in the year. So I feel like we're kind of making the decision now that it's most likely, even if there is a greater need, it's going to be difficult to fill that position. If the need becomes apparent, it will be difficult to hire a full-time educator like in the middle of the year.
Yeah, it's always better to do it now than. Yep.
Can we look again at the difference between adding the science teacher back in or that position, but really it's wellness curriculum? The difference that makes at the bottom there. 27. What was it before?
So that's taking it out, or that's putting it back in.
And what was it before? Sorry.
That's okay. Undo. 1660.
So yeah, what was $10 more? $11
for Durham.
Mm-hmm. I think that's a fair amount to ask to retain that position.
I'm just struggling
That's one way to look at it.
I haven't heard. I haven't heard something. We asked them to look at it and can you deliver what we'd asked you to deliver with our class size policy, and they've done that. I haven't heard anything from me that says that I'm comfortable overriding that. I mean, we can make that case for every position up there. It's only $11. It's only $11. I haven't heard why that one. I mean, I'm struggling to add those back when that's. I think we have a fair plan on how to do what we've asked them to do in a high level way, and still, they have these things that they're important to them and that they're protecting around the science and the STEM, which I respect. And so their decision was to keep those and look to this wellness and incorporate it in somewhere else. They feel like they can do that. There are other ways they could approach this. STEM is not every day all year long at the other middle school, right? If we looked at the hours of STEM that happen, at one school versus the other, right? So there's time to be had if they felt like they couldn't do the other stuff, right? Maybe it's STEM 3 days or 4 days a week, and another one is the health to pick up those other pieces. Or I think there's ways to do it, and I'm not comfortable adding back all those positions for one school in the district, and still looking to do these others. It just doesn't sit right with me. I'm struggling.
I think for me, what makes me willing to or comfortable with overriding that recommendation, the administrative recommendation, is the public comment that we got from the science and STEM teachers. And they gave that to us before the proposed schedule change. And then I felt like we still heard concerns after, we heard from them again. So,
one or two, but certainly not in the volume.
Yeah, I think we heard from a couple of them. Yeah, I think I heard from 2 or 3. But to me, it didn't seem like those concerns were addressed. So I think that what's giving me the mind of wanting to keep that position is that we've heard from some of the folks who work in science and STEM about it being detrimental to, and again, knowing it's a wellness position, but like the whole change of how it would be done. And I did dig back into all of the different presentations we got from the administrators across the schools, and I did see that it felt like Durham was cuspy, as Will would say, and that's why I had those questions. But with him, I guess, him saying that in those particular cohorts, they feel comfortable that those needs, sorry, it's late and I'm tired. I'm trying to find the words. But like that those needs in those cohorts at those levels are not such that they would say, oh, actually, even though it's cuspy, the needs are too great and we need more teachers here. So I think that gave me comfort, because I was wondering, maybe we shouldn't make these cuts in Durham. And I was prepared to discuss that tonight. But I haven't heard concerns that would override making those cuts, I guess, in that case, whereas I feel like I have in the other case. And I think, like, to Colin's point, we all have different ways that we look at that, and we're all going to be convinced by, like, different things or different input or whatever.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess just following off that, I think I'm realizing that where I'm at right now is that I don't I think I would be more persuaded by the question of passability of percentage than I would whether we've heard a good enough reason to add something back in. I think just where I am right now, I think again, I have amazing respect for the folks at FMS and the leadership, and how they have hustled to really try to figure out a solution. But I think, just again, to be very frank, no one has said that is what they want. Like, no one said, like, that's the best solution for that school educationally. Like, no one's saying that. So, let's just be frank. Like, folks are working hard to meet the demands that have been made of them by leadership, both from us and from Jean. And I respect the hell out of that. But that I do not believe anybody on that team is saying that the education at that school will be better if we cut that position. I just think that has not been said.
I don't know, though. I feel like we heard some things like, this exercise has brought to light some changes we want to make anyway. We don't like the schedule being different for 6th, 7th, and 8th. We see some, benefits to consistency, and which maybe they would not have come across had we not had this exercise, right? So I don't think it's, and I'm not sure anybody would ever say, we all work in roles where resources are finite. And is it ever better to do with less? Can you get more efficient? Yes. Is there a fine line between pushing people over the edge? Definitely. I don't think what we're asking for is that line or even close to it at this point, based on the feedback they've given us in terms of, what they could do with what they have or what was proposed. I don't know. I think we did hear some actual potential benefits of this exercise.
I was just going to say, what I've heard is that they're very confident that it won't get worse. So I don't know. They're not saying it's not going to get better, but I don't know. If they're doing really well now, but that's obviously, I don't know.
Yeah, and I think that's why I'm saying, I think I just don't agree. So that's what I'm saying. I'm more in a position to say, like, if someone can make a case that that percentage is too high, I'm open to that. I'm open to new information. I'm open to thinking critically about that. I have no more room in my brain for thinking critically about whether or not the position is valid. I'm not going to move on that. Nothing's going to sway me on that. But I could be swayed perhaps on a conversation of the pragmatism around the percentages.
I don't think we'll know until we try, until we ask. And I'm willing to ask for that and see. And if for some reason it gets voted down, it doesn't mean that we won't have any money next year. It means we have to come back and try again, which I know no one wants to do that next summer, but it's just to know that is an option.
Yeah, there's always an option on we have to get a budget done. I don't know. I'm struggling over 8 in terms of an impact. That's a big number. I guess I'd have to go back and look. I know we had one year, I think it was the year that it was 7.77 was the increase, and Durham was close to 10 that year. And needless to say, it did not pass in Durham that year. I don't know. Oh, look at, but that's not by town though, right?
No, I was
Yeah.
looking for what year it was, because we could go look at the votes. All right, so 7 was 2016.
Yeah, so the year-over-year taxation was over 10.
But if we go to 2016, so Durham was
142 yes, 376 no. Didn't pass in panel.
What was that percentage of? No, but what was the increase in the budget?
7.77.
and the impact of taxation was 10.48.
Well, one thing I wanted to look at, and everyone's probably going to kill me, but if we could look at what the numbers would be if we just, I'm following Colin here and just thinking about like these cuts, they're not going to make education better. Just to see if you went all the way up to keeping in, I guess, to the ed tech bench sub, but you kept all of the other positions starting with Moore Street School, just to see what that increase would look like.
Before you do that, can I just ask what it would look like if you just take the line 26, just that one first, and then, yeah, just zero it out and then do the rest.
One at a time.
I'm stopping to look.
Wait, I pulled them up to the bench, so that's a doozy.
Just wanted to see.
Undo. We're getting there, Michelle.
Can I ask another pragmatic question?
Yeah.
I think here at 10:40 we are. It seems like we are
Ready to vote?
It seems that we're hovering around this question. We don't have quorum on it. Like we're not agreed on it. I feel like maybe somewhere in here we're balancing the cost benefit of like what does it mean to make a decision tonight and therefore be able to, according to your timeline, send out the brochure versus give ourselves another week, as well as have Cheyenne back in the hopefully back in the equation. So I think that's worth thinking about.
Yeah, no, I think, yeah, I agree. I don't think we're getting to a point where we will be telling Ginny and Kelly to put that book together. Yeah.
How much, I hate to even ask this because you've done so much work already. How, if you had to prepare the tax impact pages for next Wednesday with and without that one position, like, is that feasible, or would that just be like a ton of work and that's just not possible? Do you see what I'm saying? So you could have both scenarios.
Right.
And one, then we decide on one, and then that's the one that goes to the printer.
So I just don't know how many places it flows through in the book.
It's also in the write-ups too. We have to know
Yeah.
because of all the write-ups, because they all have to be changed.
Yeah. And I'm okay with, if we don't do the booklet or don't mail the booklet, but still create it and provide it to as, a variety of places to get it to folks. I do think that will be a strategic communication piece that we want to be outward reaching in how we can, either reach out to the towns and have them put in their news blasts or whatever, let people know that it's not going to be in their mailbox.
I feel like the budget being mailed is really big. I mean, that's what I looked at to remind myself to vote on the budget. And I just feel like the more, I guess it could go either way, but.
Well, the number of people who voted back in 2016 is really not much different than last year. And we didn't used to do the budget book, so I don't think it gets any more voters. Maybe it does. I don't know.
Yeah, I do think it's nice to have that booklet, but I think it's more important that we get to a budget that we are comfortable with and that we can agree on. And if that means it takes us to next meeting to deliberate and we don't get to mail that brochure, and I'm okay with that.
And it'll save money.
Exactly, it'll save money. So can I just
$102,000.
Because it is 10:45.
Yep.
And I don't think we're gonna get to
That's true.
a vote tonight. Can I just, what I am assuming and thinking is that we are at the point where we are really just deliberating on one FTE. Is that fair to say? Just as we think about going into a meeting next week, unless we decide in the next 5 minutes.
To be fair, I think yes, but I don't think we're unanimous in our agreement on that, right? Correct?
Yeah, I would say that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think there's people who would probably like to add back more than 2, and there's people who'd like to add back none. So I think we'll probably end up somewhere in the middle where you're talking. But do people feel they've exhausted their brains for the evening? Yes.
I'm sorry. I will let everyone go home. I just wanted to bring up the one thing that I had asked Michelle was if in the reserve accounts we could use that money that we had in the past potentially to pursue trying to fill those ed tech positions. I know it's seems like an impossible task to get them all filled, but the way I'm thinking about those is that because of the tax impact that it doesn't, and because they've been unfilled, that it doesn't make sense to include them in the budget, but that just because they're unfilled doesn't mean that there's not the need there still. So I'm just wondering if that reserve account is available to fill those positions and if we could still pursue filling them.
I would say our priority is these are gen ed techs and special ed techs, and we have not touched the reserve account for the special ed techs. And we have unfilled, Caroline, I was just looking at unfilled positions. You saw another resignation tonight. We have money in the budget this year and also in reserve for those. So that would be our priority because we have to meet the IEP.
But in a perfect world where we filled all of those and maybe we had a few more applicants, we could access. We could access it. Yeah. Any other question that people feel like would help them wrestle with this between now and next week? Any bit of information they don't have that they feel like they need?
Yeah, I guess coming back to just how, I don't know if Paige could talk a little bit more about how that differentiation actually happens in the real world so that we have that information to think about how those positions might potentially be beneficial.
She wants it for next week.
Yeah. Kara?
I'd be curious to see the curriculum for that, for the wellness class, and like a list of content that's covered in a year, and maybe not a proposal for how that would be spread out, because I don't want to put that work on you, but just a list of content.
I'm just wondering if anyone out there has $102,000 and I've seen some of those houses in South Freeport. I know it's out there.
Feel free to just send it to Phoebe. She'll be sure to deliver it to
And
Kelly.
if there's any extra, I do accept tips.
She needs an $11 coffee. I think we all need $11 coffees before these meetings. Okay. There wasn't anything else on the agenda, right? Oh, we have public comment. Love that. Yeah. So, no, we do have public comment. It's on the, yep. There's people here. Yeah. Yep. Yep. We just asked. Same rules as always. Tell us your name, where you're from. 3 minutes, go.
I'm Heather Perry. I'm a resident of Durham, and I am a teacher at Mass Landing. I have the same concern that Michelle has expressed. If that percentage is going over 8, I can tell you what the conversation is in Durham and where it will land, and I would be afraid that it wouldn't pass. So just expressing that concern.
Thank you, Heather.
I'll say it again. Valerie Williams, Freeport. Really love hearing my profession diminished in such a exciting and thrilling way. I think science is really important. I think reducing this teacher is egregious. I am devastated that I am not going to be here next week because I believe in STEM so much that I'm promoting it at another location, doing an adult math team meet next Wednesday. So I will not be here, but I will be writing an additional email. I think that if this is cut, I will do my very best to make this fail in June. I believe in this position really wholeheartedly. I think it is a huge detriment to our students. I cannot imagine a world where this is not going to be harmful, and I cannot believe that this is happening. I am super tired. I've been up since 5 also, so my voice is a little shaky. But I feel really strongly that just making the plate bigger doesn't increase quality. As somebody whose plate is enormous, you're not going to get it. 8%, 7%, 9%. You're not going to get it. The kids are going to hurt. My student was a second grader last year at Moore Street, and it was horrific. I had no idea what happened, but it was not fun. My student did not have a good time. As an 8-year-old, that's more than 10% of their life. As a COVID 8-year-old, that's almost all of her memories. I really am disappointed in the conversation today. Really disappointed. I know I'm just one person, but I also know you got a lot of emails. And I will do my absolute best to vote down this budget if this position is eliminated. Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie. Oh, just said thank you.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were calling me back.
No. Just thanking you for your comment and sticking with us till 11 o'clock. I'm not seeing anyone else heading to the mic, so I would take a motion to adjourn. Kelly, Beth, all those in favor? Great. See you next week.